Mitchell, the third. Andresen.
From a fantastic victory. Things were not looking good for Scotty Duff.
Mitchell, 120.
Bounce out so far, nearly went in the speaker. It's not such a big deal. Good first leg in from Scott Mitchell. Started beautifully. And finished equally as well. The perfect leg there for Scott Mitchell. In the shoe here for treble 18. What a way to finish for Richie Burnett. That's the way to do it for the Welshman. An intriguing game, that one.
Good morning, it's back to school season and we had 6 very naughty school kids in action yesterday as Double Trouble got underway at the Modus Super Series. Doubling in, doubling out and doubling down on this Tuesday morning. It is Glenn Duff. Glenn, day one, different format. It's always interesting to see how players adapt to it. By and large, how would you say it went?
Very competitive, not an awful lot to separate them. Robert Thornton, no surprise to many people in the game, was the one player who was getting off. So that's a huge element of the game. He topped the charts on that. And I think 4 wins out of 5 for Robert Thornton. You know, he had a really, really good day.
Should it be a surprise when you consider his pedigree in the World Grand Prix that Thornton's got off to the quickest start?
The only surprise is he's not the Robert Thornton who was winning World Grand Prix. He's not the Robert Thornton who was, who's banging form, but finishes like that. A 3-2 win over Neil Duff. It was, look, best of mates, the sharing accommodation, but the Neil Duff was frustrated throughout that game. Robert Thornton's a bit of a chatterbox. You've got him, you've got Richie Burnett, and I think a couple of things were irritating Neil Duff, and hopefully he self-reflected overnight, and he sat pretty in second place.
On the subject of Neil Duff, will he be happy with the points that he's got on the board, even maybe the performances didn't match up?
You know, you can map out Neil Duff's week at Modus Super Series. He often starts pretty slowly. As you see him here going on that double one again, so once again 3-2. There was so many tight games yesterday because of how competitive he gets better as the weeks go on. The reason I fancied Neil Duff to do well this week is the fact he was here for Champions Week last week, so it's not like he's coming in cold on a Monday. I expect more from Neil Duff. He's the reigning champion. I think he'll be delighted the fact he got 6 points from yesterday, moving Tuesday.
Did you ever have an argument with a speaker when you played?
That was hilarious. I mean, Richie Burnett, the stories you hear about him, and I'd heard about the love affair he has with the speaker, but then the reaction from Scott Mitchell after he checked out in a sublime 146, for me, was the moment. And you can just see there. I mean, this is based on the fact that Scott just lost 3-2. I really like the side of Scott Mitchell here. Scott Mitchell can sometimes, just then trudge off the stage. And I think that really settles Scotty Dog down. And he kicked in after that. He played really well, but it was a fabulous moment.
They both got left with a blue tooth. Right, into the table we go. And this is how it looks going into day 2. Robert Thornton leading the way, 8 points to his name. Let's talk about Andreas Harrison, because if you look at the numbers for the day, and they can be a little bit misleading because it's a double start format, but the best numbers numerically in terms of average, will he be expecting to be the pusher on day 2?
Yeah, he played 3-1-3. Everything was going so rosy. Andreas Harrison had a delayed flight, got here quite late on the Sunday, so it's all about preparation. And Andreas just seemed to peter out in game 4, an average much less than what he normally did against Scott Mitchell. Lost his final game, so everything was looking great. Andreas Harrison looked like someone who was going to run away with the group, but then hit the skids, and he'll have to bounce back today.
Well, the bookies are still backing him. He's the favourite to go on and win this Group A, 12-5 for the odds compilers. Robert Thornton, second favourite at 13-5. Any surprises in the betting for you, Graham?
No, obviously John Henderson had a day to forget. He'll bounce back today. You won't see anything like that yesterday. Again, when you look at preparation, what could have gone wrong for John Henderson did in his flight down to Southampton onto Portsmouth. So he's refreshed today. I was chatting with him this morning, and whether or not he can get back to where he wants to. But Group B is would be a plan B for any of the players as well. So you're going to see a better John Henderson today.
Shall we get it on?
Let's do it.
Right, let's do it, Glenn. Right, game one of the session is about to get underway. The race for Saturday night is on. You can join us here on a Saturday evening at the Super Series. Tickets available for Double Trouble 2. And if you fancy a troubling night in Portsmouth, take a look at this.
And the Modus Super Series champions!
17, which he gets bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison. We're not going to need that. Bosch. Time faces through.
Game, shot, and the match!
So, the live lounge in Portsmouth about to see its first darts of the day, and it's going to see Robert Thornton and Richie Burnett go toe-to-toe, finishing Monday and kick-starting Tuesday this pair. Thornton winning 4 from 5. He tops the table going into day 2, up against Richie Burnett, who picked up 2 wins from his day on Monday in terms of the meeting between these two on Monday afternoon. Thornton won it by 3 legs to 1. It was a low-key affair, but the 2-time World Seniors champion looking to add double trouble to his record. He's not won a week here at the Super Series. Would that be a regulation week or a specials week up against Burnett, who won weeks in Southampton, the 1995 BDO World Champion and the then Live League guys, but yet to really put up trees here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He is going to give us some entertainment. He's going to be shouting some scores. Owen Binks, the referee in charge of today's action from Colchester in Essex.
Game
But it's
on!
the man from Saltcoats in Scotland, Robert Thornton, that's going to throw the first dart of the day. And of course, we're doubling in and we're doubling out. And Thornton will take that double 5 for
30.
starters. So, in first visit, as is Burnett. And alongside me in the commentary box
120.
this morning, it is the impeccable company of the former Premier League champ, Glenn Durrant.
Oh, you're too kind, Henry. But yeah, it was a
26.
disappointing game between the pair of them late yesterday afternoon. Very important 2 points for Robert Thornton. And that was the kind of dart that was one of the negative
64.
sides for Richie Burnett. I expect a better performance actually from all 6 players today. But I think going back to the hotels or wherever they stay, I think the one player
60.
who could say they were happy was 4 wins out of 5 was Robert Thornton, and a really good chance now to get a 4-point lead. I guess that's going to be the motivation going into this match. But what are we going to get from Richie Burnett?
121.
Well, Richie Burnett doesn't know what to expect from Richie Burnett, so I suppose we shouldn't really be asking those same questions back. But he's got off to a positive start here.
50.
Both players, remember, did get off in the first visit, but Burnett has been able to power score more.
I still think Richie Burnett's got a really good A game about him. We didn't see an awful lot of that yesterday.
40. 60.
Yeah, we had an
Which you
interview,
require
Henry, with Robert
156.
Thornton at the end of play yesterday. He's working so hard not to show negativity on the hockey. So already things aren't going to plan in this first leg. I'm just going to be watching the
100.
body language, the demeanour, his reactions when things aren't going as well. But something he's clearly working on.
Well, Burnett's got the break opportunity here. Remember, it's a more truncated format this week. It's best of 5 legs as opposed to the regulation best of 7 that we see in a normal week. And so a breaker throw here could be catastrophic for Thornton.
Game
And it's
shot
a
on the
breaker
first
throw
leg.
that Burnett has
Richie
found.
Burnett.
He's 1-0 to the good.
Yeah, I mean, already so much better, Henry.
So
I
can I get
think
Richie to throw first?
Richie's had a good
Hey.
night's rest. And the way the league table is, it's not like as bad as the day went yesterday, he'll have felt. He's still very much right in the mix, and a couple of wins early doors and things look different.
Score.
He got off with his first start in the first leg, did Richie, but he's let Robert Thornton in, and this was key to his success in
80.
the whole of Robert Thornton's career in this format, getting off with that double tops. And you've got that line and length then to just have that transition down to the treble.
Burnett switching
46.
over to the double 13. Change of target means change of fortune for the Welshman.
180.
For a lot of these players, they will be familiar with set play formats from either the World Grand Prix or from the World Championship in the past. And so best of fives is something that they've dealt with a lot, so it's not something they'll be overly phased with. The only difference is they're playing it in a match format as opposed to a set format.
Yeah, and I think the confidence will be growing
60.
as well throughout the week for a lot of the players. I just got the sense, I mean, we had a night with Scott Mitchell last night, and he probably knows he's got one or two gears still to go, so I think it's just sat nicely, and it's a term that you sort of set up, Henry, of moving Tuesday, and I think one player today will really excel.
Well, Burnett did the hard work in leg one to get the break of foe, but the fact he couldn't kickstart until the second visit of this leg has left him in the lurch, and Thornton could get that break back as quickly as he lost it.
60. Robert, you require 121.
At least 6 of 121 to square up at 1-1. Doesn't have to go treble 17, Bull.
57.
Yeah, when you've got that 6 darts, I always like to start in the bullseye. Especially when you've got the 6 darts, they're the kind of things. And again on 271, I like to start in the 19s because you incorporate the bullseye.
140.
When you can score like that, that's why I'm sat in the comms box, Henry.
Oh, faithful.
44.
Drag below. But the fact that Burnett did find a second treble has let him off for his mathematical meltdown.
Yeah, he had a tremendous 1-4-6 finish before that incredible reaction with the speaker.
91.
We can't see out the 1-3-1, but a lot of pressure on this for Robert Thornton. He wants to get his first leg of the day.
Game shot
And
the
Julie
second
does that.
leg.
Good game,
Robert
good start from
Thornton.
both.
Better free now. 1-1 between Thornton and
Burnett
Burnett.
gets Robert to throw first.
It's also very noticeable the check-out ratios, not necessarily the check-ins, has been really good.
Thornton in first time again in the free leg so far in this match. Thornton's gone in second dart, first dart, first dart.
And I don't care who you are, who you play, that's your key to success under this format.
No score.
And it's very clear, very quickly, that Burnett, if he misses with dart 1, is just going to chase around the board, hoping that something sticks.
140.
Yeah, and the situation that we have here, Henry, yesterday, this man in your picture was the worst, statistics-wise, of getting in against the player who was the best.
46.
And so far, that could be the difference in this game.
Well, we speak about in regular darts how players could be a visit in front. Robert Thornton quite literally is a visit in front in
100.
legs because he's getting away a lot quicker than Burnett. In terms of his doubling in yesterday, Burnett was 16 out of 58. That's 27%. By comparison, Thornton 44% in terms of doubling in.
Yeah, it means that you're always on the back foot. It means that Richie Burnett's got to find the power score and is putting the pressure.
39.
Whereas someone like Robert Thornton, if he just goes down the realms of one treble. But that was a bit of a mess. That score of 39, it's no case for any dramas just yet. Really, Richie Burnett needed a maximum there. Just
140.
about keeps him involved. But Robert Thornton's to lose from here. 87 points left.
38.
He's fluffing his lines here. Scores of 39 and 38 when this leg was in the better. I mean, Richie Burnett, one good score here, Henry. But that was his problem yesterday, that dart.
But I also think Thornton can sometimes be a player reactive of what the opponent does. And so if he sees Richie
9.
like he is there,
Robert, you require
all the way in the
64.
background, then sometimes there can just be a deviation where the leg could just coast a little bit. But he's coasting in the contest, and he's
Game
2-1
show
up in the
third.
match. And from
Robert
1-0
Thornton.
down, Thornton's turned this tie around. And now Burnett
Full flag, it's Richie
on the
to
back
throw
foot.
first. Game on.
Has to get off.
And the second time in this
60.
match that Burnett has gone off first visit. Thornton's done so in every single leg in this contest.
He'll thank you for that in a second, Henry.
No score.
He will have the darts in the last leg. So again, Robert Thornton, as much as he'd be disappointed with the situation. And this happened yesterday.
60.
People getting off and then failing to hit a treble just to give Robert Thornton a chance to get in.
But realistically, he needed the double with dart 2 and then the treble with dart 3. He's
40.
off in running anyway. So it's the longest it's taken a player in this match to get off. 6 darts compared to the 2 5-dart starts of Richie Burnett in the previous 2 legs.
100.
There's actually a meeting between 2 former World Masters champions. Robert Thornton winning that particular tournament in 2007. Whereas
55.
Burnett's done something that not many players have done in the BDO/WDF era, and that is holding both the World Masters and the World Championship at the same time, winning the World Masters in 1994, before then going on to claim the Lakeside title in
180.
95. Only great players do that, don't they, Mr. Durrant?
Yeah, absolutely.
99. Richie require 101.
Well, so many 3-2 games yesterday. You asked me the question how competitive this group is. And the way this is starting, double 16.
85.
We were surprised yesterday, Henry. I mean, they've played each other 19 times, but they've never played in a really big game. You know, lots of UK Open qualifiers, lots of players
41.
championship, but
Richie
we
require
were surprised not to see a really big game as Burnett looks at double 8.
2 4s for 2-2. There we go, the
Game shot on the
distance
full
in
flag.
this
Richie Burnett.
opening match of the session. Well, you mentioned they haven't played so much in big matches.
Fifth and final
Maybe
leg,
not
it's
as big
Robert
a
to
surprise
throw
as you'd
first.
make out, because you
Game
think about
on.
the player's career pass. Burnett's best starts came in the late 90s and Thornton wasn't on the scene, whilst
60.
Thornton's best starts was just kind of when Burnett was just tailing down towards the end of his first stint in the PDC. Thornton getting off second dart in the beginning of this last leg. Burnett doing likewise,
60.
as you were.
Yeah, nothing to separate. 2-2 for Okai, the new. Both on 4-4-1. And like I said,
57.
I mean, it's a big game for both. It's the opening game of the day. The motivation, as we mentioned, for Robert is to go 4 points clear. But Richie Burnett be thinking, I've been absolutely nowhere near my best. You know, and I could be sat pretty after this game and
83.
join those players where he wants to be.
Well, we're getting full Burnett cam early on in proceedings today. Sometimes you actually
92.
feel like you don't want to watch the darts because you just want to watch what Richie Burnett's doing in the background. He's the only person that would make waiting at a bus stop look interesting.
123.
Yeah, that treble one, but no reaction. And then the 2 trebles means it's now, for the
41.
first time in this game, advantage Richie Burnett. You may see him use the bullseye with the last start if he fails to find a treble. Will he use that tactic?
60.
I think he's missed out on one there, Henry.
What do they say about teaching the old school new tricks? Because it is very much a old school play where
140.
players of the seniors division don't tend to maybe utilise the board in a way that the modern player does, because the way they played the game back in their pomp is different to how it's being played now.
100.
Yeah, some really questionable
Robert, you require
decisions there from Richie.
111.
But he's left a 2-darter. If he returns, he may not return. It's tops for Thornton.
91.
Thornton spurred his chance to win the
Ricky
game. What can
requires
Burnett make of
75.
his? 75 is what he's looking at to pinch this game, you'd say, on the balance of play. And he's going to get 2 in his hand, a double 12. And Burnett only needs the 1. And he gets the better of Robert Thornton by 3 legs to 2. Coming back from behind to win that match. It was hard work for the Welshman as he has another conversation with his favourite speaker. I suppose it's because it doesn't talk back, does it? Now having a discussion about what happened in that game with the referee Owen Binks. So what did happen was Burnett came back from 2-1 down to win 3-2 against the Fawn. Coming up after the break, Andreas Harrison up against Neil Duff.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Richie Burnett has just beaten the top of the table, Robert Thornton, meaning it is so competitive. The league table is so tight. Nothing to separate the top 5. We are in for a real blockbuster of a group here. John Henderson is sat on 0 points. He will be up after this game here, but each game is going to be incredibly important. And Andreas Harrison against Neil Duff's up next with that opportunity to join Robert Thornton on 8 points. Andreas Harrison, who started the day phenomenally well yesterday. He looked incredible in the first 3 games, and there was even talk in the comms box that he could begin to run away with it, Henry.
Well, if you look at the stats for yesterday, in terms of overall average, you had the highest of every single player, 80.82. Now, with double in, double out stats, you kind of put 10 points on, so he's averaged around about 90 for the day. Doubling in and doubling out was okay. 37% doubling out, 40% doubling in. But for Neil Duff, it's his second week of 3 that he's going to be here. Champions Week last time out didn't quite correlate again for him. And
Game on.
the defence of his double trouble crown did not get off to the perfect start. However, 3 wins from 4 has put him in situ As Harrison gets off second dart of the
100.
first leg. Ton to start, piling the pressure on the Irishman, the Duff man, the former WDF World Champion. He'll be heading to the lakeside in December, looking for a second crown.
No score.
Beat the Frenchman Thibaut Chacol in that particular final back in 2022.
Yes, I think when both went back to the accommodation, I think Neil Duff with a win over Andres in the final penultimate game of the day and the final game for the pair of them yesterday.
No score.
I think it meant that Neil Duff went back a fairly happy man, whereas Andres looked frustrated. It doesn't give it a lot away, does the Super Swedes? So composed, so calm.
28.
But a new day, new game.
Duff eventually off and running with his 7th dart of the leg.
80.
No one's ever been whitewashed in a leg in the 2 editions that we've had of Double Trouble so far. That actually,
58.
to be honest, comes as a bit of a surprise when you think about the amount of games that are played in a week.
I'd be amazed if it happens this week. The quality of the players here.
180.
Our third 180 of the day already. There wasn't just an incredible amount of 180s yesterday.
140.
Despite the averages around about the same that opening game, I just sense that things will go on that upward trajectory. I'm really looking
81.
forward to another day. Now, this group here,
75.
for me, is the best I've been involved in, as Andreas Harrison looks at treble 17 for a big 18. For his beloved tops.
55. Neil, you require 160.
Well, he has been a passenger in this leg as Neil Duff, and he is not going to snatch it from the grasp of Andreas Harrison here and now. So the Swede will come back.
140.
Double 10 is what he's looking at, and it's going to be
120.
under pressure.
Game shot on the first leg.
Andreas Harrison doesn't feel pressure as he takes out the opening leg.
Yeah, you took the words out my mouth there, Henry.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw
I
first.
think when you look at skills and attributes of players, he's shaking his head a little bit more than he normally does. But when you look at skills and attributes of players, his coolness under pressure,
40.
Andreas Harrison, is very, very impressive.
Got out last start of the first visit, but you can sense there's a real frustration from Neil in terms of the way that he's starting legs. But he
skill.
has got away with it this time, and Andreas not getting off for the first visit has effectively given him a free turn with this visit to the board.
I would love to see an average, Henry,
45.
of players who've got off like Neil did, then when the opponent hasn't, and then the score there for Neil Duff, because once again, the score of 45, when he could have really turned the screw in this leg,
100.
still left the door ajar for Harrison, and he capitalises.
It's almost as if players subconsciously relax, thinking they've got a free turn at the board. And so that intensity that's usually there, we see it when players win a Group A, for example, where when that intensity is not there, players tend to relax. I just wonder whether there's a subconscious feeling to that, possibly. Which maybe goes back to why we haven't seen a player whitewashed before.
100.
So just a reminder regarding the league table as well, the winner of this game will join Robert Thornton at the top on 8 points. But 2 points between the top 5.
100.
Exciting couple of days still to come, Henry.
Yeah, table's really tight, which I think maybe we may just leave in terms of the players will think about, right, just get off to a quick start and then the table will look after itself. Duff 116 to square up at 1 apiece. However, the advantage that he had by getting off first turn and Andreas Harrison getting off second turn has not just been whittled away, but Harrison is now threatening the break of throw. Treble 19 would have left tops, and so Harrison should get a dart at that target at the very least to double his advantage.
And I think this is where Andreas Harrison comes into his own. We talked about how cool and calm he is in these situations. Well, this double four's big.
Game
That's
shot
what he does.
second leg. Andreas
It's another ahead
Harrison.
from Henry Deegan. It's another ahead from Glenn Durrant as well. He's just
So
so
it's
good at that.
Andreas
And
to throw first.
we've talked about this being
Yeah.
arguably the best group here we've ever seen, with the likes of major winners like Robert Thornton, world champions like Scott Mitchell, Neil Duff. I think Andreas Harrison is the best player in this group.
60.
His CV, particularly this year, in terms of what he's done in recent times, would say that. Series 7 champion beat Cameron Crabtree to pick up the
40.
W in May. In the last leg decider, took out that 1-2-1 checkout on the bullseye to pick up the trophy and the 25,000.
And speaking of being tight at the top, we were second in the quiz last night as well, Henry, weren't we?
Yeah, I was hoping you weren't going to bring that up because that's
85.
quite a painful loss to swallow. However, it did help we did have a round on farm animals. And a bit like Animal Farm, all points are equal, but some points are more equal than others. And if Andreas
180.
Harrison can deny Duff here, he'll move on to 8 points and will keep the former WDF world champion in the background.
100. Andreas, you require 100.
Yes, he had the highest average of the day, 91 and change. He's now averaging
85.
in the high 80s now. This is the Andreas Harrison that started the day yesterday. I guess the one plan for Andreas now is, can he see out the rest of it? And look what he's left again.
83.
It was a sublime
Andreas
finish
requires
last time.
76.
This time, it's for the match.
This time it's only going to be one dart. A double top to get the job
56.
done, but he is going to come back for more match darts. Duff, nowhere to be seen in this leg.
Yes, not the start that Neil Duff wanted. He may have felt he got away with one a little bit
81.
yesterday.
Andreas, you require 20.
But it's all been about the super sweet. He's been cool, he's been calm, and he's been
Game
collected,
shot
and
and
it's
the
2
match.
points for Andreas Harrison.
Andreas Harrison.
Just reminiscent of the way he started the day yesterday. He puts himself in a fantastic position now on 8 points, joins Robert Thornton at the top, exactly the way that Andreas Harris wanted to start the day. Some really good numbers throughout this game, but the stat that stands out for me there, Andreas Harrison has won 3-0, and Neil Duff did not have a dart at a double. And that's the kind of performance that Andreas Harrison's put on. Watch out for him. Moving Tuesday could be all about the Super Swede. As we move on, John Henderson still searching for his first win. He's up next against Scotty Dog Mitchell.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
Steve
West
West.
has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 18. For Andreas Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, it sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you?
180.
On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's Double Trouble 2, and John Henderson finds himself in a troubling position overnight. He didn't pick up a win on day 1, and he takes on Scott Mitchell at the beginning of day 2. As far as Mitchell was concerned, it took him a while to log his first win, but once he got his first, it was hard to get rid of him. Picking up 3 wins from his 5 matches in a very good position. Andreas Harrison has moved on to 8 points in the group after getting the better of Neil Duff by 3-0 before the break. Mitchell, the former BDO world champion, of course, the 54-year-old from Bransgore in Dorset, will be hoping to pick up the Double Trouble title. It'll be his first weekly title here, and he can then say that more than one commentator has won in this building up against the reigning World Seniors champion, John Henderson, the Highlander. Wasn't the ideal start, wasn't the ideal preparation for Hendo yesterday. It transpired that we found out after the day was done that he was struggling to get to the venue due to the joys of airport life, as you probably know all too well. Well, neither of these two will throw the towel in, that's for sure. But Scott Mitchell, well, brand Scotty Dog has gone up a phase by having a branded towel.
First. Game on.
Yes, it's fair to say that John Henderson had a bit of a stinker yesterday. But he's promised us today things will be different. And for Scotty Dog, we talked an awful lot yesterday, Henry, the fact he's never played double start before. And I think yesterday, very reminiscent of Neil Duff. I think he'll have gone away with 6 points, quite a happy man.
60.
Henderson off second dart. And this is where the double start format can be a leveller, because Mitchell now is a visit behind. So the advantage of throw that he had at the beginning of this leg has come and gone. However, he's utilised his start better than Henderson. 120 sort of puts him back in front.
Yes, we enjoyed the company of Scott Mitchell yesterday, didn't we?
40.
Indeed, you're sharing accommodation with him this week, aren't you?
Yes, I'm making my own log of how he prepares for his dart as well. Obviously, he was probably for a long time my number 1 rival. It's a bit strange now that we've actually turned into decent friends, but really enjoyed last night. And to get specialist subjects on farm animals and 80s music, we were in our own, was me and Scott.
Well, to be fair, the players, yes,
60.
they acted like a bunch of animals at times with some of the histrionics that were going on the stage.
Well, it was one of the questions we asked Scott last night, didn't we? You know, what's the players' lounge, like? And
100.
such big characters, big egos, big titles between them. But his bottom line was they all got on, apart from when they get on the hockey, which is sort of shown when Robert Thornton played Neil Duff. They had breakfast together, they shared, but when they got up there, there was
106.
it was all business. As John Henderson looks at 106, his finishing yesterday was very poor, a lot worse than the rest of the players. He'll want to rectify that. Not getting a chance here yet.
42.
So Mitchell will be back.
86.
But it may just be the solitary dart to the bullseye. Middle of the diddle. Does not solve the riddle for Scotty Dog. And so Henderson will return for 64. Another chance to get that break of throw in leg 1.
Yeah, these are the types of finishes that he needs to go. These weren't going in yesterday, but today is a different day. John Henderson leads.
John Henderson.
1 leg to 0.
Well, Henderson's task is probably going to be different to the rest of the field in the respect that
Game on.
The top 5 will all feel like they can win the group. Henderson will probably still hope that that's the case. However, his priority may be a bit different. The guarantees in the
120.
nighttime session on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, I said to John that the fear of oversleeping yesterday. As soon as his last dart went in, he went and slept around about 10:30 last night. And then there's the
45.
fear then that you can't get back to sleep. But around about midnight, he got another good 7 hours in. So he's refreshed, he's ready. He was the favourite going into the competition yesterday. Probably too much to ask unless he
43.
goes through the card the next 2 days. But I still think that going into Group B, stroke Group C, though Group B looks so tough. There's even the argument that Group C does look a little bit more inviting.
I think
100.
I'm going to call it now. The two players that come out Group C are the bottom 3 players of Group A.
60.
Yeah, you shouldn't have favourites, but I'm really looking forward to seeing Devon Peterson here.
Always got a lot of time for Dev.
Well, you've just wrote him off, Henry, so why are you saying that? Don't try and backtrack now.
140.
Stand by what I said. It's never personal. Just an opinion.
95.
Also going to see Ted Evans on Thursday and Friday afternoon. I'm intrigued to see where Ted's at because we do know that he's been struggling with a bit of a shoulder injury recently. So we'll see where he stands on that.
100.
Devon very much at a rebuilding phase. But there was a lot of positives for him to take from his previous experience here.
You need to clean that mic every time you say P.
133. Scott, you reckon why? 116.
It's going on the window. The Scotty Dog looks at the 116, doesn't think of the 19s like many of the players are doing now. Bullseye would be nice.
91.
It doesn't
Gonna
go.
require
Mitchell's
50.
had a dart to in each of the opening 2 legs, but Henderson, to open up a 2-0 lead, is going to get 2 at tops. Only
Gage on
needs the
second
1.
leg.
Hendo 2
John
to the good.
Henderson.
Different player, isn't he, Henry? And it's not the fact that
So
Scott's
they
not
get
playing
Scott to
well.
throw
Scott's
first.
averaging over 86. And like you said, but what is for me, Henry, is how well all the players, barring John Henderson yesterday, are checking out the games. The finishing this
80.
week has been superb.
I think all things considered, we are happy to give Hendo a free pass in terms of yesterday's play. I mean, in terms of getting out in this game,
120.
he has done so first visit every time and doing so with his second dart in the first leg and doing so with his first dart of the previous 2, including this one, of course.
Yeah, good game this. Yesterday, the third game, there was a couple of early nerves in the opening couple of games.
55.
In game 3 yesterday, saw a real bit of quality. I think we're seeing that here with 2 top performers.
And be hoping to hit a purple patch today.
What is it with these over the Look at the state of my window.
Well,
40.
Hendo looking to clean up in this contest.
Well, he's got a fantastic chance, Henry, right now. He's stolen the darts in this leg as well. A couple of trebles, he becomes a huge favourite. You can just see his reaction with that one there.
41.
When you're searching for that first win, I'm thinking that's the only thing that could be on the mind of John Henderson, who's been there, done it, got the T-shirt. Doesn't need me to tell it that. And one thing about this man, he'll always just be biting at the ankles. He won't go down without a fight.
81.
And I guess, Henry, it gets to the stage now that the other players in the players' area are wanting John Henderson to do them a favour.
Well, he's not a bad spoiler to have in the practice room, is he, Hendo?
55.
The reigning World Seniors Champion. Won that title by beating Conor McGarry in the final at the Circus Tavern in Purfleet back in February.
Yeah, one of my favourite throws in the game, Colin McGarry.
100.
We were analysing the throw yesterday of John Henderson and Richie Burnett. We gave up quite quickly.
45. Scott, you require 145.
And we're pretty much writing off Scott Mitchell at 2-0 down and John Henderson with the darts. Mitchell now looking very, very good to reduce the deficit. John Henderson would have the darts in the next leg. So 75 points, so treble 17 will be the shot for Scotty Dog.
87.
Well, he had a dart to win leg 1 and 2, wasn't able to take either of them. He should get 2 to win
100.
leg 3 and to keep himself in the contest. And Henderson has kept him honest by leaving himself on 85. And so Mitchell to stay in the match, 2 at tops. Now double 10. 2 more misses, and that could be that.
It
could be.
85.
We've talked about how good the finishing has been. Scott Mitchell had his chance there. John Henderson has got a match dart. It's at the bullseye. And what a way to finish, and what a way to get your first 2 points. John Henderson come into the building today and promised that it'd be so much better. And it's fantastic to see that smile from Scott Mitchell there. He's been an absolute credit. A little frustration will be there for Scott, knowing he's walked into John Henderson at his best. We've seen some fantastic stories at the Modus Super Series. Could it be the fact that John Henderson does a roles reversal yesterday and goes through the car? But just look at the checkout ratio. He was disappointing yesterday, but 75%, 3 from 4 in the outer ring, a couple of missed darts, crucial for Scott Mitchell. But John Henderson is up and running. And it's an all Scottish affair. It's not. It's Neil Duff up next against Robert Thornton. Ouch!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed the first round's worth of action on this Tuesday morning here at Double Trouble. This is what we've seen thus far in terms of the table. Thornton and Harrison both on 8 points respectively. Duff, Mitchell, Burnett all on 6. That came after wins for John Henderson, Andreas Harrison and Richie Burnett in the first round's worth of fixtures. And we're going to kick off round 2 with a meeting between Burnett and between Neil Duff and Robert Thornton. I'm looking at the wrong game. Great start. Great start. Duff and Thornton, game 4 of our session. And both of these players have had as bad a start to the day as I've had, both losing their first matches. Thornton losing 3-2 from 2-1 against Richie Burnett, whilst Neil Duff lost out by 3-0 against Andreas Harrison. And this fixture yesterday had a little bit of edge to it, didn't it, Glenn?
Yeah, it certainly did. We spoke about it during the game. I didn't chat with either players about it, but what was interesting, in the interview earlier, Robert Thornton actually said that we're good friends behind
First leg, it's
the
Neil
scenes,
to throw first.
but when I get on that
Game
hockey,
on.
there's no friends up there. And I think he was highlighting the fact that maybe Neil went back and said, come on, Robert, do you have to be talking when I'm about to throw the... But I've played Robert many times. It's what he does.
100.
Deal with it.
Well, these two are very much experienced campaigners, aren't they? So they'll both know what
60.
happens on the hockey stays on the hockey. And I think that's one of the interesting dynamics about this group is the fact that you look at every player in this group, it does have pretty much a
85.
World Seniors feel. In fact, only Andreas Harrison is not eligible to play on the World Seniors Tour, and that will come up very soon indeed.
Well, these two played in the seniors in 2023
100.
twice, a quarter-final in the World Championships, which Robert Thornton won with a 98 average. But Neil Duff did get his own back at the match play in September last year, beating Robert Thornton. It was a great
60.
game. But Duff getting over the line 8-5, so very reminiscent of how the players gone this week in this short format as well.
41.
I think all players will fancy their chances, Henry, when they step on their hockey. We've just seen the best of John Henderson now, and that just means that we're going to get an exciting conclusion.
45.
There's 6 players that will back themselves in any arena, and I think that's one of the things that makes this particular group so compelling.
Yeah.
100.
And as you mentioned, Andreas Harrison, the only player not over the age of 50. So we expect to see 5 of the 6 players in this field at the World Seniors Championship, barring, of course, getting tour cards and things like that. John Henderson will be looking
50.
to defend that title at the Circus Tavern in February. And that's coming up very soon. The 20th to the 22nd of February, the World Seniors Championship at the
100.
Circus
Neil
Tavern in
Require,
Purfleet. Tickets available
161.
via dartshot.tv as Duff looks at 161 to take out leg 1, not to be, and so Thornton for the break.
35.
Yeah, he
Robert,
sort
you
of
require 100.
berated himself a little bit when he hit a 5 in a score of 85. And that drift in there looks like it's affecting him as he trudges around. This would be good.
80. Neil, you require
Not seen a ton plus
126.
checkout so far today. Could that trend change here? Not to be for Duff, and so Thornton will return 4 10s to eventually get that break.
82.
Yeah,
Robert,
just a
require
couple of
20.
100-plus checkouts yesterday. Again, the format. And Robert Thornton, how many times in his life has he hit a double 10? Well, this time he has to go to 5. I like the fact he's taking his time. Doesn't
50.
work. Duff will be back.
Neil, you require 44.
Always 4 tops. And
Game
tops is
on the
seemingly
Thursday.
always found for
Neil
Neil Duff. He puts his hand out because that's a holder throw that will feel like
Second
a
leg
break. That's a
against
leg
Robert
that
to
Duff
throw
had no right to
first.
win, and
Game on.
Thornton's face cuts that frustrated figure as a man that should be 1-0 up but finds himself 1-0 down.
No score.
Now tops isn't correlating.
Yes, you can count on one hand how many times Robert hasn't got off in this past day and a bit. I wonder if that's just a sign, a little bit of frustration. And Neil
80.
Duff, who's just had such a roller coaster day and a half. At times he's looked fantastic. At times he's looked pretty deflated. Looks like he's in a real zone this time.
No score.
And Robert is all over. Really classy. Me and Henry just had a conversation there. That sort of situation where you've got the leg, your opponent can't get off.
80.
It's as if you take off the accelerator pedal with that 140 there's put Neil Duff in a fabulous position in this match.
60.
Only a maximum does any damage as far as Robert Thornton is concerned. It's been a
100.
conspicuous start to the day for the Scots, who, remember, began Tuesday top of the table, having won 4 from 5 on Monday, but as far as starts to day 2 are concerned, well, it couldn't be any more disastrous as things stand. He
41.
relinquished a 2-1 lead against Burnett, and now in a heap of trouble against Duff.
Oh.
120.
Well, when it transpires against you a day, things like that happen.
Yeah, what a difference a day makes. Everything was going right for Robert Thornton. Well, that looked pretty close to the maximum, didn't it? But Neil Duff, the trebles are just going dry, but the importance of that last start there, he's going to give himself an opportunity to go 2-0 up. And from 2 treble 20s and then a bounce out, things don't look to be going the way of Robert Thornton right now. Chance for Duff for 2-0.
To a double 10. Up for 5s.
70.
That was very high. That felt very safe. He might not be safe any longer. Tots of Thornton. To take a leg, he had no right to win. The 118 goes, and somehow we're level at 1-1.
I think that finish
Neil to throw first.
from Neil Duff and then Robert Thornton just typifies this group. The ups and downs has been absolutely incredible. And a fine bounce back there from Neil Duff, because he'd be a very disappointed player right now.
80.
And fair play for him to get off first start.
Well, weirdly enough, 1-1's the right scoreline, but not in the direction of travel that it should have been 1-1 in, because Duff stole the first one, Thornton stole the second.
Yeah, 2 players who lost their opening game today. You don't want to be going into your third game with a couple of defeats, so the added importance, but I think we can say that about every single game. I mean, John Henderson's back up next
60.
against Richie Burnett. Things could be changing, and the one person who I think is sat really pretty right now is Andreas Harrison.
125.
Super Sweet, who can join Neil Duff and Steve West on 5 weekly wins, all told, in this arena, if he could pick up the double start. And he'd actually become the first player to complete the so-called triple crown in terms of winning a weekly title, winning a Champions Week, and then winning a Specials Week.
Yes, I think it'll take a good player to get by Andreas, but such a long, long way to go just yet. Second bounce out of the match for Robert Thornton.
Now you require 100.
For back-to-back ton toppers in this match, Duff looking at tops, unable to find, and so
60.
Thornton, who took out a 118 in the previous leg, now looking at the 106 to turn this game around and to put himself in front. Treble 18 decided to stay there, like the lie of Dart 1. The treble 20 would have left double 13, but Neil Duff
50.
looking at tops.
Yeah, I think it was the right decision, Henry. But Duff for a 2-1 lead. He's been good in this game as Neil Duff. He'd have been disappointed to lose that second leg when he had it in control. But fair play to him. He looks in a much... I think maybe he's looked at that game yesterday, realised the mistakes he had. And yeah, good start to the day.
120.
Pouring up nicely.
Yeah, Robert Thornton struggled to get off in the second leg, but apart from that, getting off hasn't been a problem for these two.
40. $83.
So 2-1 to the former WDF World Champion, who will be playing in both the seasons. Both players will be playing in the 2 seniors major events towards the end of the year. The seniors match play in the famous Barbican Theatre in York between the 4th and 5th of October. Then the seniors masters, which is taking place in Sunderland on the 8th and 9th of November.
59. Robert, you reckon 158.
For 2-2.
$60.
Yeah, there was the argument to take the 58 points off there, but again, such a good marker. Neil should start in the 18s. Does start in the 18s. But I get the sense that Neil Duff is already thinking of the next leg, where he will have the darts. An important leg, you feel, for both. 78 points left for Thornton. Double 12 for 2-2.
86.
but does have that luxury of time. And he's going to need to utilise it.
100.
Trouble there,
Robert,
leaves
you
Neil on a
require
finish.
12.
Puts a leg very much in the palm of the hands of this man, Robert
Game's on the
Thornton, who
fourth
squares
leg.
us up
Robert
at
Thornton.
2 apiece. And just like his first game against Richie Burnett, we go all the way.
5th and final leg, it's Neil to throw first.
Duff
Game on.
with the darts in leg 5.
No score.
Yes, the narrative of this game has been how well both players have got off to start the legs. But when you need it most, Neil Duff left floundering there.
100.
Robert Thornton pounces on that.
And effectively, Thornton takes the throw in this final leg. And of all legs to have a disastrous start,
40.
it's the final leg of the match. It's actually the first leg where Neil Duff hasn't got off first visit in the match.
Yeah, how important was that tops though with the last dart, because it sort of
36.
crashed into the other 2 dart. And if he can hit a 2 treble visit here, maybe not the treble 5 though.
95.
What an important dart. The last dart once again for Neil Duff. This really is game on.
One thing Robert does very well,
140.
especially when you consider his darts stand up to the board, is when a dart goes below the treble bed, how he can still find a way of utilising the treble 20.
58.
Yeah, something that Andreas Harrison does better than anybody for me. But Robert Thornton was involved in a 5-legger in the opening game of the day. He's going all the way.
77.
He lost that game, remember, but he's looking good. Once again, to be the first player to get to double figures and get to 10 points.
92. Robert, you require 120.
127 to win the game. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye if he didn't
59.
want to.
He'll fancy the 68 unless there's an awful lot of pressure come back from Neil Duff. Such a good first start.
85.
He'd be disappointed with that.
Robert, you require 68.
To turn his fortunes around, he lost his first game of the day by a 3-2 scoreline to Richie Burnett, and he is going
24.
Well, that was a bit of a mess.
31.
Just opens the door slightly for Neil Duff. Still a big ass, the 1-3-1. He went the treble 17, tops route. But Robert Thornton will be back for more town.
91. Robert, you require
and it will
44.
be 4 tops to head back to the top of the table. Double 10 to put him on to 10 points. But he is
24.
fluffed 2 match-winning opportunities.
Neil, you
3
require
winning opportunities now.
Yeah, it's been a tight affair, hasn't it? Robert Thornton lost his opening game of the day 3-2. Exactly the same scoreline. It's a shake of the head there for Neil Duff, and then the realisation that that could be a very, very important 2 points for that man. It's a shake of the head, but he'd be absolutely delighted to get his revenge from yesterday. But for Robert Thornton, top of the table overnight, he's now played 2 and lost 2, and the finishing has been great today, but the 2 from 10 there from Robert Thornton. He did have the real highlight of the 1-1-8 finish, but Neil Duff, he gets his first 2 points of the day, and this group is getting tighter and tighter. Well, it feels like it's a bottom of the table clash, because next up it's Richie Burnett against John Henderson next.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Game shot.
And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game
Well, Smith, is it a 9? A long time, and that clenched fist. He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Shot on the full flag.
Just like that. All he needs for one, and there you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg.
It's a break of throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive break of throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is Double Trouble 2, and talking about people in trouble, Robert Thornton losing 2 from 2. And the man who is top of the table, well, he is still at that mark, but he is under considerable pressure. And if Richie Burnett and Scott Mitchell win games 5 and 6, respectively, then the top 5 players will all be on 8 points, and John Henderson would be a lonesome figure in 6 points adrift. However, Hendo put in the performance of the day so far, one of the performances of the day so far, with a 3-0 victory against Scott Mitchell in his opener. Burnett also a victor in the first round of fixtures. He got the better of the Fawn by 3 legs to 2 in the opening game of the day. These two former World Grand Prix
First leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Yes, they've actually been playing each other
96.
for 12 years now. 4 times they've played.
$100.
Both players getting off second dart of their first visit in the first leg. Yeah, both of these players former World Grand Prix semi-finalists. Richie Burnett doing so in 2011. John Henderson doing so as recently as 2017 at the City West Hotel in Dublin, where he would lose out to the eventual champion, Daryl Gurney, by 4 sets to 1.
Yeah, it is a unique format, this one. Players aren't used to the double star, but I think as the week goes along, I think we're already seeing today there's been a step up in quality, and a lot of that's down to John Henderson as well coming to the party. The fact he lost all 5 games yesterday really made that group tight as he smashes in a 180. And for John Henderson, Henry, we've pretty much written him off. He was 33 to 1 before a dart was thrown today to top this group. But because it's so tight, if he can move on to 4 points, all of a sudden he can start seeing the field just above him. It could be a really good day for Hendo. But a good start here from Burnett also.
And he has left himself on 60 after 12 to take out the opening leg. Any leg in 5-visit range in this format is pretty much the equivalent of a 4-visit leg during a normal week. So this is incredibly good for Burnett. Double 10. Does not go, and there was a lot of shoulder in that.
I was just watching John Henderson there. They were going in yesterday. So he's been given an opportunity, but you can see what he's done with that first dart there. Missed opportunity, John.
40. Richie required 20.
So Burnett handed another chance. And it's a
No
chance he
score.
cannot take. And he can't believe it.
John Require, 40.
He gives it a good old stare down, but it's not going to move where the darts have gone as he frails his arm up in the
Games
air
on
in
the
frustration.
Thursday.
And he'll be even
John
more
Henderson.
frustrated to see John Henderson pin the tops first time of asking
Second
for the
leg,
break
it's
of
John to throw
And here's the
first.
Highlander who goes
Game.
one up.
Yeah, you can understand the frustration this time for Richie Burnett. He was superb in that leg. And with that situation, as Henry alluded to,
160.
where we could have had 5 players going on to 8 points without Richie being at his blisteringly best. John Henderson getting the opportunities he didn't have yesterday.
36.
Well, Henderson with the perfect start to leg 2. And he's continuing that perfect start. Hang about, Hendo.
140.
That would be special, wouldn't it? We call it the special weeks as well. It's double trouble. If we could have got a 9 darter this week. John Henderson, after the day yesterday, we got a message off him this morning saying, I'll be better today. And boy, is he right.
177.
It's outstanding. A potential 10 darter.
Leaving double 12. Well, the Terminator may have won Champions Week on
180.
Saturday,
John
Marvin
Require,
van
24.
Velzen, but Henderson playing like a Terminator because he's
Game
back
on the
with a
second
10
leg.
darter and a
John
2-0
Henderson.
lead. And the Highlander is running red hot here.
Well,
against
Henry
Richie's
mentioned
throw
you can add 10 points onto your
Game.
average in a doubles game. And just look at that, 115.62. And Richie Burnett is pretty much saying, why are you doing it against me? But you had the sense as well when John Henderson won his first game against Scott Mitchell. Scott was saying the same. John Henderson is absolutely superb. Look at the smile
score.
on his face behind. Can he continue?
In the history of Grand Prix darts, there's only been 21 ton plus averages. Darryl Pilgrim hit 100.2 against Colin Osborne in the previous incarnation of this tournament. Henderson getting off 3rd dart of his first visit.
Yeah, and if you're wondering what that's done to the averages by missing a couple of darts, I mean, he's down to around about 108 now. So has that opportunity
28.
to do something really special here in this match.
$50.
Ouch.
Well, in terms of the highest average ever attained in a Grand Prix match, Alan Warren 106.45, although admittedly games in the World Grand Prix are played at a longer format than what we're playing here.
135.
Isn't it good to see Hendo playing well? He looked a pretty sorry figure. He lost a couple of games 3-2 yesterday as well.
60.
Matter of fact, Glenn, you actually had a ton plus average hit against you at the World Grand Prix. It was Dave Chisnell back in the first round in 2020. You got drubbed 2-0. Chisnell averaging 102.85.
123.
Why are you so horrible to me, Henry? Is it because you've never done anything in your darting life?
However, 2 weeks later, you did go on to win the Premier League. So
82. Johnny Require, 153.
this to end a nigh on immaculate display.
Yeah, I like that word immaculate. That's exactly what it has been. Just needs to find that treble to leave a 2-darter.
100.
Beautiful, John Henderson. What it does tell us, Henry, is that despite what happened yesterday, it's a long week, isn't it? John Henderson, we expect him to be there on Saturday. You even feel whoever comes through
60.
Group C will come from
Johnny
Group
Require,
A.
53.
And Henderson for the match.
Well, 106.1 is the average. It's not quite going to be the record for a double star average, but it's going to be very close. It's a record for double trouble, and it's only the 22nd ton plus average in the history of double star darts. John Henderson writing his own history books, running his own records. It's the highest ever we've seen here at Double Trouble, eclipsing the 100.2 at Darryl Pilgrim last time out. Richie Burnett, well, he was saying his piece about that performance. But for Henderson, a piece of his own history. The record average in a double start event here at the Modus Super Series. It gets him into the top 10 all-time record averages in a double start match. He beats Richie Burnett by 3-0. Coming up after the break, we are going to see Andreas Harrison up against Scott Mitchell.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
The plan was if nothing wasn't go to plan, we would have just went back to the lives that we had. Like, oh, you're running around like a madman, and blah, blah, yeah, never seen you so happy. I was like, what? I got back to the room and I was so furious. I was like, how does this, like, oh, mate, I wasn't happy. She goes, you wouldn't be ready for it. And, like, I was like, what? Hurt me a little. You know, that's really early for a lot of people, isn't it? 9 a.m. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't grab any of Kyle's stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
I'm sure there's a lot of people actually wondering what your handicap is in golf, if you want to review.
oh, there we go.
Come and have a look around the crib of Damon Heta. The latest edition of On the Hockey is available from 6 o'clock this evening on the Super Series YouTube channel. We're talking about On the Hockey. John Henderson was red hot before the break, averaging 102.48 in a 3-0 success against Richie Burnett, who literally had nothing by way of response. And that actually is the exact same average that Phil Taylor averaged in a first round win of the World Grand Prix back in 2010. It was a 2-0 win against Brendan Dolan. Admittedly, that was double the distance compared to what we play here at Double Trouble. But an indication as to how well Hendo's playing. He didn't pick up a point on day one, but he's 2 from 2 on day 2. And Scott Mitchell and Andreas Harrison go toe-to-toe in our 6th match, the final game from the second round of fixtures. And the question's quite simple. Follow that, lads.
Game on.
Well, it was this game yesterday that Andreas Harrison really did hit the skids against Scott Mitchell. He'd won his first 3 games comprehensively. Sat really, really good, and Scott Mitchell really did a number, and Andreas was, no, he wasn't at the races.
I think they're two players that, in terms of rhythm, won't be too perturbed as to what the other player does. Two very experienced campaigners, both just get on with the job.
40.
It's funny because I think Scott Mitchell was trialling a few things yesterday. We were talking to him last night, weren't we, about these darts that have got no grip on the barrel. He does hold the back of the dart, so
83.
you know the argument is it wouldn't matter what grips at the bottom. But he was playing a lot quicker yesterday at the beginning of the day, and he wasn't getting the results. By the end of the day, he was going back to his more methodical paces. I think it's fair to say with Scott. I mean, you know, I've read things about it's difficult to play, but Scott has worked with a guy, Hypno Darts, and part of the reason he walks to the board that quickly is all part of the process of him throwing a dart. But I still think he's been trying a few other things yesterday and probably learned an awful lot about himself.
And if we're being bluntly honest about the situation, this is probably the perfect week to trial something out, because there's not a pressure attached to this week compared to a normal week where you have that Champions Week carrot dangled at the end of the line. Of course the players want to pick up this title. It's a special title, but it doesn't quite have the same ramifications that maybe a normal Super Series week would have. And so thus, as a consequence, maybe this is the appropriate time to tinker with one or two things.
Still a trophy to win at the end of the week, Henry. Still a big prize to be won. And knowing the players who were here this week, they'll be desperate to get this title. Much better there from Scott. You could see him getting a little bit agitated with his previous 6 darts. Such a tough nut to crack. And like I said, everything is done. I'm just wondering, is he singing 80s song in his mind? Because he certainly has a good collection of them. He was mustard, wasn't he, at the quiz?
38. Scott, you require 38.
Well, it's been a total eclipse of the Harrison darts in this first leg. However, he'll feel like he's Sergeant Pepper in the Lonely Darts Club, because those couple of misses means he's going to have to come back for another go. And Harrison...
100.
A long way back. So Mitchell, 2 8s for leg 1.
Wham!
Shot in the first leg. Scott
Mitchell leads 1-0. He looked really good at the beginning. Got off first dart. That was really important. Andreas took him 5 darts to get off there. But when the pressure was on at the end, Scott Mitchell was up to the challenge, and that's 4 legs on the spin against Andreas.
No score.
And if Andreas loses this game, maybe having a look at the abacus to work out the permutations.
No score.
We talk often about styles make fights. And Andreas is not playing well against Scott Mitchell this week. I'm just wondering, is that to do with the pace?
120.
Scott Mitchell all over that. Firm advantage. Andreas has to find a double. And quickly.
No score.
Well, Mitchell with a big win here could put himself to number 2. And the one thing that he won't want to be today is a floater come the end of it, in terms of being out of the equation.
Wow. No score.
This, so far, has been the worst start to a leg in terms of a double from a player.
Yeah, 5 missed darts and a double in the first leg for Andreas Harrison. 9 in this one. I wouldn't even tell the Super Swede his average at this moment.
40.
And before you say it, Henry, yes, it's less than what I had against Jose de Sousa.
I wasn't going to mention that, Glenn. You put it up yourself.
40.
However, he has avoided the whitewash.
just about being professional, seeing the leg out here. One treble, bullseye with the last dart. That'll be the plan. He'll go centre of the board. Looks like he's staying up. Such a good marker, but I do like that bullseye to leave 76 if you hit the 25 there, but still leaves a 2-darter.
But it just goes to tell you that one disastrous leg can really curtail the match. It's felt like one has just fed into another for Andreas Harrison, and Mitchell here looking at a ton for a 2-love lead, and he's going to get 2 at tops. He's going to get plenty of time at tops, but he only needs the 1 for what is only the second ton plus checkout of the day. 2-0 Mitchell leads. He's got the break. Harrison phone to stay in it.
Yes, if Scott Mitchell can see out this leg, or see out this match, 4 players and 8 points. And as bad as a start it's been for Robert Thornton,
no score.
He's still sat top on legs difference.
He will feel like he's got away with it. But it just goes to show nobody's really standing out from the crowd in this group.
60.
Well, I was about to say Andreas Harrison looked like the player, but 17 darts already to try and get off and increase it. 17, make that 20.
Score.
And a change of tack isn't meaning a change of fortunes either for the Swede. Whatever he's trying is not coming up trumps. And talking about coming up trumps,
125.
Eventually Harrison gets off and running. It's taken him 6, 10 and 9 darts in this match to kickstart legs. And in this format against this caliber of opposition, it is just not going to do anything for him.
140.
Yeah, extremely professional job here from Scott Mitchell. I didn't think Andreas could play as bad against Scott as he did yesterday.
80.
But this is a game he'll want to forget. But this is what the double star can do. If it's taking you so many darts to get off, then you're asking for trouble. You can see the shake of the head, the realisation in the background. But Scott looks really focused, really calm, professional job.
Mitchell leaving his mark. Harrison with a gain to forget. It's been a disaster for him. Mitchell to wrap this game up very quickly. 76 is what he's looking at for a 3-0 win. And he's heading down for treble 16 to leave himself double 14. And Mitchell's over the line with a 14 dart. A comprehensive 3-0 win against Andreas Harrison. It puts him onto 8 points, puts him into second. The top 4 all on 8. Burnett on 6, Henderson on 4 at the end of round 2. Round 3 gets underway with Henderson against Duff after the break.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the 1.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What are you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it
Darius
a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the 1. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
On the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
On the second leg, Duff.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the trend continues. It's such a tight group, and look at the results there. It's either a really tight game, a 3-2 or 3-0, you can see there, but John Henderson has been the star of the show. A couple of 3-0 victories for him, and a record-breaking average in his previous game against Richie Burnett. He has been superb today. On the back of Scott Mitchell, who's just put a terrific performance into Andreas Harrison. And look what it means to the table. That is how tight things are right now. And John Henderson, who arrived at the venue this morning, has a potential to go to 6 points after the next game to make it incredibly tight. But try and pick a winner from there. 4 players out the 6 on 8 points, and very much all to play for. John Henderson straight back on after that game against Richie Burnett. Against Neil Duff, who's having a real up and down day. Neil Duff got away with one against Robert Thornton in his previous game. He looked second best for the majority, but just somehow found that winning double. So he'll be feeling chipper going into this, but it's been a stellar John Henderson so far. And if he can get a victory over Neil Duff, he isn't back for a while, whereas next game will be an all-Scottish clash against Robert Thornton. So a big chance here for John Henderson. Or a good chance here for Neil Duff to take control of this table, Henry.
Well, at the beginning of the day, John Henderson was 8 points adrift of top place in the table. If he wins this one and results go his way in the next 2, he could only be 4 adrift. The gap that he had from bottom to top could well be cut in half in the space of 3 games. And once again, he gets off first dart. And that has been where he has made his break today. In matter of fact, he's got off first visit every single leg he has played today. Henderson getting off second dart, first dart gets Mitchell, then getting off second dart, first dart, third dart against Burnett. He has been visit perfect in terms of getting away, has the Highlander.
100. $58.
Does look like a different version of Neil Duff right now, doesn't he? I just think that really tight win over Robert Thornton. He's gone back to the players area. What a difference a sort of a win can go. This is going to be a real cracker of a game. Thanks very much to everyone tuning into our YouTube channel.
57.
And it's nice to see Darts for You also in there. I'll give him a little mention because I've just pulled his name out as Neil Duff looks at topsy for the first leg. Looks a different player, doesn't he? We'll wax and lyrical about John Henderson going into this game, but Neil Duff is just quietly but effectively getting on with his job. And like I say, a victory here for Neil Duff, despite all the trials and tribulations the past day and a half, can make him go top. But yeah, Henry, this Sunday's the influencer event. Darts for You, who is in the chat room. I've just pulled and done the draw out. That will be announced tomorrow as well. So good luck to him.
60.
Really looking forward to the event.
It starts for fun.
Is he playing with Flatface?
You'll be left with pie in your face if you carry on.
140.
I need to get down with the cool kids, don't I, with all these names.
God loves a try, Glenn. God loves a try.
So, yeah, so phones for you. Is it phone? Darts for... I'm struggling a bit here.
140.
I'm actually going to have to put the cold air on. I've gone a bit warm all of a sudden.
Just put it on your MySpace
45.
page.
Now we require 156.
Duff looking at 156, looking for back-to-back Tub Plus checkouts. And if he does this, he could be on for the record average in a double-in, double-out
83.
match. 116.12 is his average thus far. And Henderson, who broke the double trouble record a couple of games ago against Burnett, could see that record trounced in double quick time.
Now we require 73.
Yep, this has been superb from Duff. Big 14 for tops.
33.
And Henderson nowhere to be seen. A compare and contrast in his last couple of matches. But Duff leaving tops for a 2-love lead.
93. Now we require 40.
Neil
Game
Duff really
shot,
enjoying this
second
game.
lap.
It really is darts
Neil
for
Duff.
fun for Neil Duff at this moment. That's a superb couple of legs.
The leg is
Averaging
Johnson throw first.
107.36 on the back of that sensational 102 average from John Henderson. The momentum, the quality is just getting better and better.
If Neil Duff
100.
wins this leg in 14 darts or fewer, he will break the record average for a double-in, double-out match. The record, 106.45, anemometer in the first round of the World Grand Prix back in 2001. He went on to win the World Grand Prix that year, did the Iceman.
59.
14 or fewer will do it. To break the double start record here at the Super Series, well, he'll have to do what John Henderson hit in the previous match, 102.48 or better.
140.
And it is very much a distinct possibility that Neil Duff could break that record, averaging 109.59 in control
60.
and possibly in record-breaking territory.
And I just go back to his previous match, Henry, where he had that really tight game with Robert Thornton. I don't believe he plays this well if he loses that game. He's clearly gone back, got his 2 points under the belt. And what a game this is, because Hendo's playing his part.
Well, he needs to find something tangible if that record-breaking attempt is still on.
85.
He's going to have to
102.
hit it in 2 if Henderson doesn't take out the 102.
Yeah, I think treble 14 should be the shot. It's a bigger target than the bullseye. Right decision, execution not there. But it's been a spectacular performance from Neil Duff.
94.
Remember, he would go top of the table if this 76 point goes.
And if he gets it in 2, which he's not going to, he would have broken the all-time double start average.
44.
And now, the double trouble average is not going to go unless Henderson takes out this double 4, and it will give Duff another chance to do so.
No score.
Never looked like missing in his previous game. We set this game up all about John Henderson, but Neil Duff is the reigning champion. And once again, looking very, very tidy. Neil Duff goes top of the table. He is the first player to reach 10 points. And for 2 3/4 parts of that leg, that was record-breaking territory. Quickly off the stage. Stellar performance, played with real panache. Averaging over 100. A lovely 116 finish. Excellent on the outer ring. Superb set. And almost the perfect performance from our reigning champion. Super darts from Neil as we move on to Robert Thornton, who's also looking to get to 10 points. He plays Andreas Harrison next. wrap it up. In style, that's the way to do it in a match.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox! What a way to win a game! It doesn't get better than that.
He could, you know. He could, you know. Good!
Yes! Wow! The comeback is complete!
Shot and a Modus Super Series Week 5 champion, Thomas Bang!
Andy Hamilton's missed 2. He thought he won it.
150's on. 3 times?
124.
I don't see no lady.
Oh, wow.
Well for him, it just comes into the moat. Oh no, not again.
Switch.
No!
Oh.
That is the risk. Juto off the board.
1.
Full congratulations to Copeland. I think the rest of this game will be played in good spirits.
Fifth gets Tommy to throw first.
You can only laugh. There's one. Oh, Andreas.
We do have some fun every now and again here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's not all work and no play, and Series 9 will get back underway on Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel, live and exclusive. And I have had a little sneak peek of the lineup for Week 1. I'm not going to give away any information. However, it is very, very good. We've got players of differentiating abilities, players who applied their trades in different arenas, players who won different titles at different Richter scales in the sport. It is very, very interesting indeed. And what is very interesting is the top of the table, where Neil Duff has moved to the top of the table, having gotten the better of John Henderson of an average of 100.2. Thornton and Harrison, the winner of this game, will also be on 10 points. It's diluting quite nicely at the top of the table, Glenn Durrant.
Yes, it certainly is, and the quality is staggering at the moment. A couple of 100 averages in the past 3 games as well is an indication of the quality right now. And one player who's sat with a couple of losses is Robert Thornton, but still, you know, in a fantastic position against the unpredictable Andreas Harrison. Usually so consistent because the lead players is often levelled at that consistency, but Andreas is on the back of an incredibly disappointing match with Scott Mitchell, where he just barely could get off. But in this match, off first dart, what a difference a game makes.
140.
The pace suiting Harrison better here than it did against Mitchell in his previous match.
100.
Both players getting off to a good start in this contest. If you actually take out that performance from Harrison in Game 6, the standard really has risen over the last few games.
140.
Including a couple of ton-plus averages number 22 and 23 above the 100 in the history of the double-in, double-out format. Bullseye for Thornton. Oh,
Game
beautiful.
shot, the first leg.
Bang on cue.
Robert
The
Thornton.
Fawn takes out the 1-2-1. It adds to the 118 and he leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Won the UK Open with that particular finish. A man with big pedigree when it comes to winning big tournaments. But you probably have to say the best player to have never won a week of any description here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, which is today
no score,
celebrating its 2nd anniversary. Here's a stat for you, Clem. Both players already in this game have missed more darts to start a leg than in the entirety of the previous match between Henderson and Duff.
No score.
How do you know all these stats, Henry?
Amazing what you correlate between the years, Glenn.
180.
Well, I was about to say one thing I will guarantee. The score will not be 3-1 in this game because today
120.
it's either been a one-sided 3-0 or a very tight 3-2.
What do you make of the best-of-5 format, Glenn?
Love it. I think it's been a fabulous day and a half.
120.
6 incredibly good players, competitive, still unable to pick a winner, just how it should be. We often sort of say double off is a more of a leveller. If you add the best of 5 into it as well, as Andreas looks at 134, 74 points left. Don't bust it.
94.
Well, if there is an insurance for Thornton, it is the fact that this disastrous leg for him has been on the Harrison darts.
Game
And the Swede will level up, one apiece, in our middle match of the day.
The leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game.
Yeah, it took him 6 darts to get off in the last leg. No such issues. And on his own throw in this match so far,
80.
he's got off first dart each time. Harrison needs to respond.
You're forcing your opponent into perfection, and that's exactly what Harrison has done with
80.
dart 1, pinning the tops, and so it's as you were at the beginning of leg 3. Just to mark your card later on
60.
in the week, we are going to be playing best of 5 throughout, so it's not going to be, say, later on in the week on Saturday, a best of 7 in the final, for example. It's going to be just the same as a regular week, where it's the same format all the way through. So best of 5 in every single match, including the final on Saturday night, which is live on the Super Series YouTube channel. And there are tickets available too by heading over to www.dartshop.tv. This is the QR code that you can scan to ascertain your tickets to a Saturday night finals here at the
40.
Live Lounge in Portsmouth. You may well see a 2-time World Seniors champion in Robert Thornton.
Yeah, these games have really gone up a notch today, haven't they? Incredible quality. Robert Thornton, remember, coming into this
60.
game with 2 disappointing losses. He was sat good overnight. But a win here, he would join Neil Duff on 10 points.
40.
I know Robert's not a player that's backwards and coming forwards anyway, but he really does have the air of a man who is playing everything on the front foot today.
41. Robert, you're at quite 84.
I just see a man with confidence and a bit of belief coming back. Double 12. Such a good marker.
60.
Well, he promises he wasn't going to be throwing his arms about. He's going to go back and he's going to process, come back and hit the double. That's what he's doing. And it's his wife that told him, Henry.
95. Robert, you're at quite 24.
Let's see if she was right.
Game shot.
Listen to the wife, Robert. Listen to the wife.
Thornton 2 and up, leg away from victory.
Full flag gets Andreas.
And if you see on his throwing arm, and you'll see it when he throws next as Harrison gets off first dart again. That's the 3rd time in 4 legs he's done 61. So. A tattoo which has the word family on. And that a very important thing for Robert.
60.
And a big sacrifice that a lot of players have to make. You know, a lot of time away from the family, missing birthdays, sometimes missing things like christenings and weddings and things like that. People sometimes don't acknowledge 60. The sacrifice that players have to make to become a professional in this sport.
I noticed you missed the round again last night.
140.
And what's that got to do about sacrificing things for family? Hey, I paid for admission, so...
100.
Good shout. And the petrol in your car as well. I apologise.
All is forgiven, Glenn. And all may well be good
121.
in Thornton Avenue.
This is another great game. The averages round about the 80 mark. I mean, Andreas Harrison in the second leg was peppering the 100 average full of quality.
100.
I said there wouldn't be a 3-1 game, but Robert Thornton is 6 darts away from this 180, and boy, is he looking good. Can he squeeze another one? He may go safe by going more of a fat 20.
100.
He's going to have a dart for this match, you feel, and it will be his beloved tops. Will there be much pressure coming back from the Super Swede? Downstairs, surely.
62. Robert, you require 80.
Well, this has been a performance where Thornton has gone through the gears. Tops of the match.
60.
And they were
Andreas
2
McCoy,
match darts to
180.
return to the summit.
This has to go, Andreas. We talk about the ice through the veins. He's just having a bit of a wobble at the moment. Started the day fantastically well. Hasn't gone well since.
58.
Thornton will
Robert,
be
you
back for
require
victory.
20.
Double 10 for 10 points. And Thornton returns to the top of the table. He gets the better of Andreas Harrison by 3 legs to 1. Another decent display, another decent contest. And it is the Thorn who wins out. He returns to the summit, level on 10 points of Neil Duff, but with a superior legs difference. At the tail of the tape, Harrison losing despite the better average, despite having the better doubling in stats, but Thornton over the line, a 3-1 victor. And that's the only statistic, the only metric that matters. Coming up next, Scott Mitchell up against Richie Burnett.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and what a fantastic moment it was there for Marvin van Velzen. And who will be lifting the trophy come Saturday night at the Specials Double Trouble 2 week? Well, we've just seen Robert Thornton there after 2 defeats bounce back very, very nicely in a quality game against Andreas Harrison. And now it's the turn of that man in your picture, Scott Mitchell, just taking his darts out. He has the opportunity to join Neil Duff and Robert Thornton on 10 points. Against, you have to say this week, Henry, the unpredictable Richie Burnett. We're not 100% sure what we're going to get from him. possibly a chat with the speaker in this game. I thought it was a fantastic conclusion to their match yesterday, and he was stroking the speaker, and at the end, Scott Mitchell went up and said it was unfair to the speaker how he took the side of Richie Burnett. But joking aside, it was a quality game. But you just sense with Scott Mitchell there in the background, he understands.
Scott to throw first.
Speaker first. Oh, Scott, no smiles there from Scott. Did you notice that?
Well, these two players had an argument with his speaker, and Mr. Binks has said, order! Before we get underway. That's a perfect start for Mitchell. The second time somebody's kicked off a 160 today. Hendo did so against Richie Burnett, ironically, of all players.
No score.
He went 5 deep into the 9 in that particular leg. And Scott Mitchell has never hit a 9 darter in competition, and he's not going to do so in this leg.
39.
Now, Glenn, whilst we have the opportunity, and for you at home, it's a chance for you to get your phones out, because we're going to get that QR code up again. Because I can tell you that tickets have been released on www.dartshot.tv for the next Champions Week on Saturday the 7th of December. And so if you scan that QR code, you head quickly over to dartshot.tv, you can get there before anybody else. It's £5 the ticket, plus a £2 booking fee, so you get to see one of the biggest nights in amateur darts for just £7. A major final for £7, Glenn.
I was here, of course, on Saturday night, and it was spectacular. I think every person who left the building afterwards were just so glad that we're here. And remember, it's sold out, so get your tickets early. 7th of December, just getting ready as well for the World Championships at both Lakeside and Ali Pali as well. So it's a great time to be a dart player, 7th of December. Don't miss out.
100. Scott,
who's going to miss out in this first leg? Mitchell first poke of the 143. Burnett on 141 if he misses. Mitchell misses. Can Burnett bag the opening leg against the throw?
60.
Well, if you remember, Scott Mitchell started this with a 160 and Richie Burnett failed to get off. So scores a 120, 140 ton for Richie Burnett. Has got him back in this leg. Can't see out the 141.
65.
But I like that. He hasn't always come up with the right board management decisions for me. And Scott Mitchell, 83. Look at treble 17 for a big 16. Ouch.
Well, Burnett psychs himself up with his pre-match pep talk with a Bluetooth speaker. I wonder if it works. Maybe needs to go back to it to decide where he goes. He decides double 18.
40.
Cannot fire, and so Mitchell will return for tops to take out the opening leg. And after what was a perfect start, it's a first leg that hasn't really correlated for Scotty Dog.
20.
Yeah, you can see the frustration. He just looks so focused, Scott Mitchell, right now. I like this version of Scott. Didn't get involved with anything with Richie at the beginning of it. Double 9 can be a bit of a stinker, remember, and that's the reason why it is. Doubles are costing Richie.
Double trouble by name and double trouble by nature for Richie Burnett as Mitchell comes back for double 10. He's missed 3 himself to win this opening leg, but he isn't going to spurn opportunity number 4.
Scott Mitchell.
And the former Lakeside champion, the Battle of Lakeside champions, won them up. In fact, these two won their Lakeside titles 20 years apart. Richie Burnett winning his in 1995. He beat Raymond van Barneveld in the final, while Scott Mitchell beat another legend of the BDO to win his solitary world crown. Martin Adams was the man he got the better of in 2015.
2 legs of darts already. And Scott Mitchell has started both of them with the first double plum in tops, followed by 2 treble 20s, 2 160 starts.
No score.
Hopefully, Henry doesn't mention the potential 9-darter here, and we could be on for one.
And if Glenn Durrant didn't mention the fact that Scott Mitchell was on a 9-darter, we may have seen a 9-darter.
100.
And eventually, Burnett off and running in this leg.
101.
Very similar to the pattern of the game for Scott Mitchell in his previous one against Andreas Harrison. His opponent really struggling to get off. And Scott, if he stays professional,
100.
he should see out this game. Well ahead in this one, looking good for 2-0.
Whereas at that point when your opponent's nowhere to be seen and they're not getting their starting doubles, where you just have to play your own game, you're effectively at that point playing the board and not your opponent.
Yeah, the England skipper is looking good. Incredibly
97.
determined in that face. Like I say, a lot of personality in the players' area. There's a TV in there which shows the in-play table. Scott knows exactly the situation.
180.
Well, just a little reminder. He leaves a finish also, so a bit of pressure on this 44. Tops has been good for Scott.
Game shown the second leg.
14-darter, 2-0 lead. Mitchell in the mood.
The leg, it's
Burnett
Scott to
feeling
throw
the
first.
blues.
Game.
Right, what advice has the speaker got for you, Richie? Pep talk time for Richie. And he may need all the divine inspiration he can get because, again, Mitchell's got off first visit.
Surely a 160 start now after the field. No, didn't work. Boom, boom, boom.
40.
Well, it could be a case that for the second time in the meeting between the speakers, Mitchell beats Burnett.
Why are you pointing at me, Henry?
60.
One treble a visit. Make it a opponent who's not at his best right now to hit a couple of trebles. We have seen a 180 in the game from Richie Burnett. That's really his only highlight. So just a reminder of the situation in relation to the table. Neil Duff, 10 points. Robert Thornton, top on 10 points on leg difference. A win here for Scott Mitchell. He joins them too. And I've just remembered, and they're the three people who I'm sharing the accommodation with. So it could be a good night in the house tonight. They all walked down together this morning. Could all be sat on 10 points. Some big games coming up because the next game for Scott Mitchell would be against Neil Duff. And Thornton is up next against John Henderson. So please stay with us. Again, I think he's thinking, should I go bold, guarantee myself a 2-darter?
60.
Mitchell leaves himself an 81 for the match. Burnett again lurking in the background. He's just been a scorner visit off, and that's mainly been because he hasn't been able to start a leg as quickly as his opponent. Well, that's the first real kick that we've seen from Burnett, but not the first real use of his mannerisms in this particular encounter.
But no reaction from Scott Mitchell. This is clearly a plan. The red carpet for the match.
34. Richie require 80.
Burnett looking to climb up towards tops. With Mitchell lurking for another opportunity to take this game out. 2 in hand, a double 10. 5 missed doubles in this match of Richie Burnett, and that could be curtains.
Yeah, that's
Scott, you require 40.
has been the conclusion for Richie Burnett today. He just can't seem to finish off legs. Scott Mitchell looked determined before the dart was thrown. He lost his opening game 3-0 today, but since then has won his next two 3-0. He looked determined. He knew the importance of that game. Scott Mitchell joins Neil Duff and Robert Thornton on 10 points. This Group A is competitive, it's exciting, and still very much all to play for. The tail of the tape, Scott Mitchell was averaging around about 80 to 85 throughout. Really professional performance, just what he needed. Excellent on the outer ring. And for the second time today, another 3-0 comfortable victory for Scott Mitchell. Some big games coming up in the next two. Robert Thornton, top of the table. He's up next in an all-Scottish affair with John Henderson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it's been double quick on this Double Trouble Tuesday. So quick, myself and Glenn Dowen are here after 9 games to analyse what we've seen. These are the results then from the 9 matches we've seen on this Tuesday morning, and we've seen records tumble. John Henderson breaking the record for a Double Trouble average, 102.48. Then Neil Duff himself with a ton plus average against Henderson. That's ton plus averages number 22 and 23 in the history of a double start match in front of the cameras. Glenn Dowen's been watching every single dart in the commentary box. Not often do we say the player at the bottom of a Group A is the standout player of the day, but John Henderson has been that so far.
It certainly was. I mean, he has lost a game as well now. So for me, all the players have had, their moments today. So it's very, very much all to play for. But it was great to see Hendo producing darts like this. And this double top here for a sensational win. And the average, obviously, we were waxing lyrical about. So it was a super performance for a guy who lost 5 games out of 5 yesterday.
And if you want to watch that game in full, it is available on the YouTube channel, but don't do so until a little bit later. Your thoughts on Robert Thornton today? Top the table overnight. What would be your assessment of Tuesday so far?
Once again, the bounce back ability. Your head can go down when you've lost 2 games. He was sacked good overnight. Really impressed that he'd come back. It was a tight affair with Neil Duff. He just didn't get the better of Neil in this game. That one could have really affected him. But fair play to Robert Thornton in his 3rd game. He had that opportunity to go to 10 points with Neil Duff, and he did that really well. So the fact he's only won 1 game out of 3, again, all to play for.
Neil Duff again threatened that record average against John Henderson. It was 100.2 in the end. In terms of this week so far, is there spots, is there moments just beginning to emerge for him?
Honestly, when you talk about roller coaster, you are talking about Neil Duff this week. He started the week yesterday morning, sensational, big win, laid down a foundation, then had a couple of ups and downs. And remember that game, we were chatting so much about John Henderson, potential 3 wins out of 3 on the back of that 100-plus average. But Neil Duff was sensational in that game.
This is how the table looks at the halfway point of the day. Robert Thornton, Scott Mitchell, Neil Duff, all on 10 points in the group. Andreas Harrison just a bit further back on 8. Burnett on 6 and Henderson on 4. That's how the table looks midway through day 2 on September the 3rd, which is a historic day here at the Live Lounge Reports, because that's when we opened our doors and Kieran Tian became the first ever winner of a night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Goodness me, Glenn, how this place has changed. He beat Stephen Burton 4-3 in the final. It's amazing to think when we look back at some of the archive stuff, how things in this building have changed so much in such a short space of time.
Small acorns, from Southampton, then we come to this purpose-built, fantastic venue here at Portsmouth, the venue that every amateur player wants to be at. We've improved as it's gone on. The players have backed it up equally. We're coming up with influencer events. We're coming up with specials weeks. £25,000 prize money that Marvin van Velzen won on Saturday. Just the building itself, the production, it's absolutely fantastic. 2 years in, I think everybody involved should be very proud of themselves.
You're still very active in terms of you speak to a lot of players, and obviously you've still got involvements in the sport. Where do players now see this competition on their priority list?
I think the top. Of course, Lakeside is, still the iconic place to go to for an amateur player. I think the thing that's really important, Henry, people are maybe not going to go to Q School this year because the opportunities that's there now for amateur players, whether it be the WDF system, whether it be the ADC, whether it be the Modus Super Series and that 25 grand prize, or all 3. So that's the testament to where we're at with amateur dart. It's not all about being a professional player. And we heard Steve West last week. It can destroy you, the PDC, and I can confirm, I can back that up. Real opportunities for players. We're seeing new names, young names. We're seeing legends of the sport up there as well. Exciting chance to be a dart player.
We've spoken about the past, we've spoken about the future, but let's talk about the present, because Game 10 is about to get underway, and it sees Robert Thornton and John Henderson go toe-to-toe, the only 2 World Seniors champions in the history of that competition. Thornton looking very relaxed, but he knows that he could do with a win here against Henderson at the bottom of the group. Yeah,
2 big games coming up. Robert Thornton here on 10 points, and the game after is Neil Duff versus Scott Mitchell. So I guess in the next 30 minutes, that table might sort of just highlight where we're going to be going into tomorrow. But yeah, John Henderson, what we're going to get from him, he's been superb today. Is he going to get one over his good friend Robert Thornton?
Well, it is Game 10 of the session. It's 2 World Seniors champions going toe-to-toe. It's Henderson against Thornton, looking for double trouble titles here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. If you want to join us here for Saturday evening, then take a look at this. You could be here every Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. www.dartshop.tv is the address. Game 10 sees Henderson and Thornton go toe-to-toe. Two former World Seniors champions slugging it out on the Live Lounge stage. Thornton, who won the first two incarnations of that particular tournament, up against Henderson, the reigning champion of the World Seniors. And tickets are actually available for the 2025 instalment if you head over to dartshop.tv, which is the same place where you can get your Super Series Saturday night tickets. So plenty of darting goodies to be had there. And hopefully we're in for a darting goodie here between these two tartan tungsten warriors. And Thornton straight in.
120.
Last time Thornton was here at the Super Series, he was involved in a session which saw 2-9 darters.
100.
And of course he was involved in that infamous game against James Wade of the World Grand Prix, where there was 2-9 darters in the same game, split one apiece between the Fawn and the Machine.
So many times this has been a professional game. Both played in the PDC, played each other 10 times, so they know each other's game inside out. Good friends away from the hockey as well. Tight game yesterday, Henry, as well. Just one of those days for John Henderson yesterday. He's definitely stepped up to the mark today. He did walk into the juggernaut that is Neil Duff in his previous game.
60.
So very much all to play for.
$59.
It's a game which could have the potential to change the trajectory of both players' groups. So Thornton, it keeps him very much in the mix, but a loss could see him put adrift. Whereas if Henderson could pick the points up, he may put himself back in play for one of those top two spots. But a defeat here may well resign his fate to Group C. He may well need a big moment like this, the 158.
Yeah, superb set-up play there from Thornton. John Henderson's having a special day today. This would be a special finish.
120.
In fact, at Tumblr's checkout's the only thing Hendo's missing so far today. Thornton are going to double 18. And now double 9. And the doubles at the end of the leg are beginning to desert him.
Require 38.
Yeah, double 18 is his real go-to double alongside topsoil. He fancied it there. Henderson's made the decision to go direct on the double 19. Maybe not so sure now, John.
30. Robert, you require 18.
So 2 9s to eventually get this leg won.
Game
well, it's taken longer than perhaps it should have, but Robert Thornton's on the board, pinning his 5th dart to end a leg.
Second leg, it's John
to lead 1-0.
Game on.
Yeah, I guess when John Henderson had that 100 average, 102 average, things were looking really rosy for him. But that defeat to Neil Duff, and if he was to lose this one, you'd have to see he'd be looking at plan B and C now and starting his attack on Group B or C the back end of the week.
60.
I'll go as far to say if Hendo is put in Group C, he will get out of Group C. I'd be surprised if we don't see Hendo here on Saturday. I'd be really surprised.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll warm to the task. And like you mentioned, that Group C looks quite inviting when you've got such big legends in this Group A.
100.
You fancy the 3 players going down from Group A into C. 2 of them will qualify for Saturday night, and maybe the players in Group C, Mason Whitlock,
100.
Devon Peterson and Ted Everett, might disagree with you, Henry.
Well, I just think they're players in transition at this present moment in time.
85.
Devon trying a lot of new things. Ted, we know, with the shoulder. Mason, who I think, again, he's just trying to develop his level. I just think there's a lot of players in transition in that group. Not to say that they can't do anything, but I think they're all realistic about the fact that they're still trying to search for something.
It's just nice that you're not sitting on the fence for a change.
100.
So it's nice that you're actually making a decision. A good decision there for Robert Thornton. He leaves 156.
For John Henderson, the setup play wasn't so good. 100 points left.
99. Robert, you
It's in the balance.
56.
But Thornton unable to find the 156, and so Henderson will return
60.
to square this game up at 1-1.
John will require 80.
Stay straight with the first hit. A big one on this attempt last time. No such issue this time. A big hand up. Nasty double 5.
70. Robert, you require 96.
And so Thornton for 2-zip. 76. Goes double-double, unable to locate.
56.
But he is going to leave himself on tops if there is another miss for the Highlander.
Game
But there's no such mistake second time around. 1-1.
Yes, away from the Modus Super Series.
But,
2019 was the last time they played
Game.
each other. John Henderson has won their last couple of head-to-heads, but they played each other 10 times, Henry. 5-5 tells you how
101.
tight it's been between them. Once again, Robert Thornton superb at getting off.
60.
All 3 legs in this game so far. Henderson has got off second dart. Thornton 2 and 3 legs first dart. Nobody's gone dry after the first visit of a leg so far in this contest, and that's usually the barometer as to how well players are playing in this particular format.
85.
You can see the reaction there from John as that dart went into 5. Every sort of error has been punished. That trend continues. Thornton is down to a finish. It could have gone so wrong for Robert Thornton today when you lose your first couple of games. Once again, it's a testament of his character. And a win over John Henderson here. And things are looking good again because in the in-play table, if he wins this leg, he will go 2 clear.
119. Robert,
It's beginning to feel like the player throwing first in a leg has got a more sizable advantage. It's an advantage that Thornton can seize. Yes, he can. 2-1. He finds himself in front and now 1 away from a win, which put him on to 12 points in the group.
It's John to throw first.
Yeah, that was one of the conversations we had with Scott Mitchell last night, wasn't it? He felt that throwing first hasn't made an awful lot of difference. I think he'll change his mind today because the
106.
The checking in of the players demonstrated there from John and from Robert.
Well, if you actually look at today's proceedings, if Thornton wins this game, 5 games have gone with throw and 5 games have gone against the throw.
Come on, John.
180.
Special things happen to special players. Having a brilliant day today, John Henderson.
140.
Magical moments.
161. Trouble 17. Bullseye. Oh, it was so close.
36.
To a moment of majesty and history, to quote the great Dave Lanning. It would have been only the 6th 9-darter in double start and the 2nd to have been hit against that man.
Well, I don't think I've ever been so nervous with a microphone in my hand there. That was just a joy to watch.
40. John required.
Smiles all around from everyone. But what an incredible moment, Henry. He's got to try and compose himself again. Magical moment.
Game show.
Magical leg, his 11th darter.
John Henderson.
Aside from the magnificence that would have come with the 9, the important thing for Henderson is he's back level at 2-2. And in some respects, that's more important than the 9 darter.
But look at Robert Thornton. He got a first dart, leg 1.
120.
He missed a dart to get off in leg 2. And since then, he's got a first dart, first dart, first dart. In this format, that wins competitions. So despite the facts of all the histrionics there from John Henderson, Robert Thornton is doing another professional job.
135.
Well, this is the first leg of the match where Henderson hasn't got off in the first visit, and it's in the most crucial leg of the match,
40.
the last leg of the match. He's eventually underway, but he is chasing his tail in more ways than one.
Yeah, when you've had that moment, I can't even begin to tell you the adrenaline
60.
that'll be going through the body of John Henderson, despite how much experience they've got, despite the fact there's no crowd, anything behind him there. I'm sure his mind is going back to that bullseye, and it's tough to try. And fair play to Robert Thornton. He put all the pressure on by once again getting off with that tops first start. Another super game.
134.
Thornton leaving himself on a single to double after 12, leaving and saving his best until last.
81.
John Henderson a long way back. He lost his first 2 games of the day, Robert Thornton, but he's bounced back fantastically well. Robert Thornton goes top. We nearly had a sensational moment here at the Modus Super Series on our anniversary here at the Live Lounge. A missed darter bullseye for a 9 darter from John Henderson. Robert Thornton was so supportive, but he got on with the job. He was brilliant in that game and a thoroughly enjoyable match. Both averaging round about the mid-80s throughout there. An incredible one. But Robert Thornton goes top by 2 points. Who will join him at the top? Big game coming up next. It's Neil Duff against Scott Mitchell. Don't miss that one.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Haven't seen a 9 yet. In the online darts live league. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B. BL contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the runner-up, the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12. Absolutely outstanding from Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
John Henderson was on the cusp of history before the break, kicking off leg 4 in perfect style against Robert Thornton. He'd then back up the 160 start with a maximum. And then suddenly we think the eyes of history are laid upon the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The treble 20, no problem. The treble 17, of course. The bullseye, the smidgen of a wire away from history. And he would go on to lose that game against Robert Thornton by 3-2. And so to game 11 we go as Neil Duff takes on Scott Mitchell. A meeting between two former Lakeside champions. Duff, the first ever WDF World Champion, beat Tiba Tricol in that final in 2022, up against Mitchell, whose great day came against Wolfie Martin Adams. The famous line of Jim Proudfoot, every dog has its day. But as far as days are concerned for these two, they both won 2 from 3. They're both on 10 points, and they're both chasing the tail of Robert Thornton at the top of the group. That win against Henderson, putting him on to 12 points and putting him in a good position, despite what was a slow start to proceedings where the Fawn lost his first couple of matches. Back-to-back wins has very much put him into position. What position will this pair be in come the end of this one, Glenn?
Yes. 6 legs on the spin for Scott Mitchell. He started the day with a 3-0 defeat. But like many of the players, including Robert Thornton, that bounce-back ability, that's been the highlight. No one's really grabbed this group. It's going to be all to play for tomorrow, but this is a huge game.
40.
Both players on 10 points as a reminder. Robert Thornton sat on 12 points. We'll have 2 players joint top at the end of this. And Neil Duff is beginning to look good. We talked about the fact that Neil Duff often starts his Modus Super Series campaigns fairly slowly, and as the weeks get on, he gets better and better. He had a sensational performance in beating John Henderson, and he started this match, an incredibly important match, very nicely.
$60.
Mitchell left in the background in this leg, but that 140 just puts himself back into proceedings, forcing Duff to have a decent set-up turn. Otherwise, his throw could be under severe threat.
It's the small things. It's the small things I'm picking up here. Scott Mitchell looks so determined in his previous game and didn't get involved with the Richie Burnett, etc. He looked very businesslike. Both players chatting away to him. You can just see there that self-motivation.
100. Now we require 71.
Any smiles that they had between this group. It's business now, and it's Neil Duff down to a double. Big 18. 4 tops.
Game show.
Stunning. You are being spoiled today with some fantastic darts, and we just witnessed something very, very special in the previous game from John Henderson. But Neil Duff is looking good.
Duff is delivering again in double trouble. Mitchell kicking off first visit
60.
again. Do you know what? I really wouldn't be surprised, Glenn, if the 9 goes some point this week. I really wouldn't.
68.
Yeah, it's incredibly, incredibly difficult. Anyone who's played this double start, I mean, getting a 9 dart and the best of it, but the players are stepping up a notch today, that's for sure. So what are they going to be like tomorrow? There will be a bit of tension in the arm because it is the final day. And we talk about the fact that a lot of these are senior players now over the age of 50.
100.
I get the sense the winner of Group A would benefit from a couple of days off. So it just adds that little bit of interest to what's been a fascinating group. Loved it.
Glad you said the S word, not me.
99.
Remember, Group B and C will take place later on this week. In terms of the lineup for that, we'll be watching in action Bradley Brooks, Adam Lipscomb and Jeff Smith in Group B. That's going to be an incredibly tough group, whilst Group C is Ted Evitts, Mason Whitlock and Devon Peterson.
Well, I was asked the question yesterday morning, Henry, who I think would win it. And Bear, can I just say, I've picked the last 3 winners while I've been here. I don't want to go all Matthew Edgar on you, but I've gone for Jeff Smith.
Require 142.
Have you seen enough in this group? As Scott Mitchell looks at 142 to level up. Good start. Does he stay there? I like that play, Scott. 62 points left. I'm sure he'll look at treble 10.
Looks like he's up for the 18s.
98.
Neil Duff on 134 likes to start in the 17s. I'm nailing this.
Can Neil nail this? And it may well have been a nail in the coffin of Scott Mitchell if he'd found the tops there. Has he been spending time with Connor Scott? Because since when has Scott Mitchell found a penchant for double 14?
Scott Mitchell.
Game's changed. Game's gone. 1-1.
Look at those averages.
The leg gets Neil to throw first.
Absolute delight of a day, I have to say. I thought yesterday was good. It was exciting. But the quality today has been fantastic. And I hope people watching are
no score.
Going to stick with us for the weekly specials week. We will have an outcome. We will have a winner come Saturday night. Can you pick one yet?
I think there could be something a little bit left field that could happen this week. And I don't know why. But in my mind, I have got a feeling that Adam Lipscomb could potentially send this place into a frenzy.
Yeah, I'm not being too greedy here, but the fact he brings a good crowd come Saturday night.
By the way, sorry, Adam, because you're now going to probably finish bottom of Group B without a point now 100. I've said that. My predictions aren't exactly the world's greatest. I said on Friday Jimmy Van Schie would win 5 from 5. He just about managed to make it through.
100.
Yes, your predictions are abysmal. I mean, you're stealing a job of ex-players by sat there. Let me say that as well.
100.
Right. On that note, I quit. I'm not, by the way.
Neil Duff certainly not quitting. This is good.
180.
Just turning the screw with Scott Mitchell. He was just doing what Scott Mitchell does. And Neil Duff, who's providing some beautiful darts today. That's to be said. Both players averaging over 90.
$54. Now you require 156.
6 darts, only from 156. You're just thinking of a steady ton. He'd be disappointed with the drift there. Needs the treble to stay in control.
36.
And like that, all of a sudden, Mitchell comes right back in this leg.
Duff losing control quicker than Teddy swims. Mitchell could move this game in his favour. It looked like Duff had full control of proceedings. This game may well be swinging on a pinhead.
Now we require 120.
Yeah, such important moments on the throw of Neil Duff. Could be bull, because that's difficult. That is difficult.
60.
Scott Mitchell didn't look happy as he approached for that 1-3-2 for whatever reason, but now he's in prime position.
Well, Duff's perseverance didn't pay any dividends, but what can Mitchell make of the double 5?
30.
No order at all.
Requires
and so
60.
to restore order and to restore his throw, Duff looking at 60. Tops. 2-1.
Shot on the third leg. Neil Duff.
Mistakes are being punished. Fabulous setup play there from Scott Mitchell.
First.
I thought the chance of Neil Duff had gone there. Look at him deep in thought right now. He'll feel he's got away with one. Good things are happening right now to the reigning champ.
40.
The way he's been getting off recently, Neil Duff, has been absolutely spectacular. In matter of fact, the last time he didn't get off first visit of a leg was in the final leg of his second match against Robert Thornton.
81.
Yes, we get some incredible stats about the check-ins and check-outs, and I'm really looking forward to number crunching later because I think the quality has been there today. The Modus Super Series is about peaking on Saturday night, that's for sure, but with the quality of this Group A, getting through to Saturday, topping this Group A is going to take something special.
60.
Is that number crunching going to be done with a bit of classic FM in the background?
I've been more of a smooth man lately.
Do you know what?
100.
I can't really vouch against that. The smooth sanctuary.
I would have thought your favourite radio station was Boring off M. Nothing boring about the dart tape from Scott Mitchell.
100.
Give me a 140, Duff is saying to himself.
$120.
Take that, leaves herself on 160. Mitchell realistically needs a couple of trebles to really trouble Duff here. And the way that first dart sat, there should be another that follows.
140.
Setup play.
Now
Scott
we're
Mitchell has been
160.
outstanding in this game. The execution of his doubles let him down. He can still finish with 95. And he's got a good marker for that triple 19. Double 19 for the match. A big game. Top of the table clash.
78. Scott, you
And
require
a match-winning dart deserts Duff. And so Mitchell to save the match. One dart at tops. But he has to be careful with dart 2. Too careful, too safe. And he's going to miss the opportunity. He may well miss the boat.
40.
Missed opportunity
Now you require
for Mitchell.
38.
Neil Duff was playing some sublime stuff that has a decision to make. Does he go direct on the double 19? Of course he does. That's why he's the reigning champion. He loves this format. Good friends, played in good spirit. And Neil Duff is really making a move at the moment. He goes joint top with Robert Thornton. This Group A is just getting more and more exciting. Both players were averaging over 90 for the majority of that game. But Neil Duff, once again, his check-in was absolutely sublime and his check-outs were just as good. 3 from 5. That was the reason for his success in winning Double Trouble number 1. It's proven to be the case again. Neil Duff is sat pretty. It's been a while since we've seen Andreas Harrison. He's up next and he plays Richie Burnett.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Neil Duff got the better of Scott Mitchell by 3 legs to 1. Really good performance as well. 90.18 the average, 3 from 5 on his ending doubles, the Duff man. And he moves on to 12 points in the group, going above Mitchell. And James Harrison can move on to 10, level with Scott if he can win this game against the Welshman Richie Burnett, who makes a late entrance to proceed. Well, it's better late than never, Richie, and he turns up and is now trying to change these settings towards a speaker, then decides to have a chat with it, and he's going to send it a Christmas card in a minute. Who don't love Richie Burnett, eh? Well, Andreas and Richie then, it's game 12 of our session in our double trouble week. And I'd like to ask your opinion, Glenn, because we're going to get more specials weeks as we move into 2025. This is the last specials week of 2024. Any particular new formats that we haven't seen before you'd like to see?
I think I'd like to see players who've never won a match on that stage. I think I'd like to, you know, I think there'd only be me on it, wouldn't there? Just before you say that.
You still wouldn't win.
I mean, pairs is a great form of, say, the World Cup of darts. I did see a tweet from somebody.
Gets Andreas to
we have got lots of people watching on our dedicated YouTube channel. And I did see a tweet from someone who came up with a great concept for the World Cup of darts. I think they even put names alongside the countries as well.
150.
I think England's team was Connor Scott and Tom Sykes, which would be pretty exciting. But yeah, I think something like that would be good. But this double trouble has really excelled, doesn't it? Very, very enjoyable.
Let us know via our social media feeds at MSS Darts any sensible suggestions for Super Series specials
26.
weeks. We may put one or two of the good ones on board.
I think the commentators week has been hammered a few times.
There'll be a couple of commentators that would get hammered in that week as well.
60.
I definitely think I could still smash you, Henry.
I'm not playing.
You're a commentator? Well, arguably.
No one would want to watch me play darts, Glenn.
140.
However, me and Chris Murphy are dusting the arrows down for a showdown at some point soon on the Super Series YouTube channel as Burnett piles in the game's first max and leaves himself on a finish against the throw.
Yeah, you just sense with this game, Henry, don't you, that it's a real winner takes all. I fear for the loser of this game.
161.
Andreas Harrison on 8 points, nowhere near his blistering best. Richie Burnett is just so up and down. He can go to 8 points with victory over Andreas.
Andreas, you're 137.
Left himself double 12 after 12. Harrison unable to take out the 137. And so Burnett to take the lead and to get the break against the Swede.
49. Richie required 24. Game shot on the first leg. Richie
Well, he was very late getting to the stage, but no such problems once he was on there. A superb leg from Richie Burnett. 14 darter, break the throw. This has been his issue, getting off. No such problem in the first leg. But he's putting himself in good positions, and then unfortunately, it's happened again.
I tell you what, you couldn't have a meeting between two more polar opposite characters than Andreas Harrison and Richie Burnett. Look at Richie in the background. He's having an argument with himself. Whereas Andreas, you wouldn't know whether he was 3-0 up or 3-0 down in a match.
Well, it worked. For a second, I thought it was the Ali Pali Wasp, the way he was flaying his hands, but it certainly worked. He is box office as Richie Burnett.
And I just wonder whether Andreas has dealt with a character like Richie in his time in Scandinavia. To be honest, I think it's quite difficult to find a character like Richie Burnett full stop.
Yeah, I'm thinking of that Danish player, professional player. I think he's got his tour card at the moment as well, or maybe lost it.
58.
Tell you one player who I'd love to see play Richie Burnett in this building.
43.
John Norman Jr.
Yes, when I won my first Masters, I played him in the last 32. And Jeff Smith, hopefully I'm not getting him into trouble here, but he said, just be careful of the histrionics because I knew nothing about him.
It's all about you, Glenn.
Just trying to bring a bit of something to your conversation.
Andreas is bringing some brilliant darts into the conversation. Leaves himself
60.
on a finish after
Andreas
12, but
Shabakova,
nowhere to be seen. And so there's an
146.
opportunity here for the Swede to break immediately back. There wasn't a need to take it out this time. He is going to set up handsomely.
105.
Very handsomely. Leaves himself on 41.
Yep, another good game here. At his
41.
blistering best,
Andreas
you have
Shabakova,
no
41.
issues whatsoever with Andreas Harrison checking out this 41, but he's had his ups and downs the past day and a half.
9.
Just not there, right, is it, for Dirty Harrison at the moment? You can just, yeah, you don't often get much from him, but he looks pretty dejected.
And also, you can kind of tell where a player's at in terms of form, because if Andreas was red hot, that lie would have been perfect for him just to notch the double 16 on top, but was unable to do so. But has got a second opportunity. Surely now. He's just not working with lies. He cannot work with a lie.
Richie requires 73.
Richie Burnett had that little drift into the treble one. This could very easily have been a double 8 finish. He'll start in the 19s for that double 8. Gets there in the end, 2 darts at it. Is that too good of a marker? Has to move across the hockey, opens the bed,
Game
kisses
shown
off the dart.
second leg.
Burnett leads 2
Richie
legs to
Burnett.
0.
Answers on a postcard what that was.
Delegates on
For a moment, I thought he was going to kiss the double 16.
It feels like an episode of Love Island, doesn't it, between him and that speaker?
You've never watched Love Island in your life, Glenn. That's a perfect start from Andreas
160.
Harrison.
Well, you promised me a 9 darter, Henry.
80.
We've also said it hasn't really been his day and a half so far for Andres. I tell you what, I fancied that.
140.
Nonetheless, this is a very good performance for Andreas, averaging... He's 2-0 down, despite averaging 84.
Yeah, there's one stat I'm looking at, 0 from 5 on the outer ring, and Richie Burnett 2 from 4, which hasn't been the tail of the tape for Richie.
95.
His doubles have let him down.
Richie's doing this thing where when he's getting it right, he is getting it very right. But there's no in the middle with him. It's either been really, really good or really, really off the boil.
Yeah, another incredibly important game coming up next as well as Richie Burnett gets himself down to finish. And interestingly enough, leaves the 146, which is still the best finish of the week so far. Will he get a chance though? Yes, he will. This was his moment roundabout yesterday as well. Surely not 2 days in a row, Richie.
This would be a biggie for Burnett, but the 146 isn't going to go. And so Harrison will return for the double 18 to half the deficit in this contest and force Burnett to serve the match out.
36.
0 from 5 on the outer ring for Andres. Normally so adept, and that's what he usually does. And gets himself back into the game. Most important 3 darts coming for Richie Burnett. He has the darts here. He's had his issues getting off this week. Boy, does he need to get off now, and does.
Forcing the issue of Andreas.
160.
A perfect start to leg 4. And already Andreas is under it.
60.
Now, if Burnett was the man who hit the 9, then there could be serious limbs, but there's not going to be one right here, right now. The poor speaker
60.
may well have copped it if that 9 went.
Can I just go back a couple of minutes?
180.
Or dare I say a couple of seconds. His opponent gets off with a 160. He misses his first start of double. You mentioned the fact he's really up against it now. My brain was telling me if anyone can get out of this, it's someone like Andreas Harrison.
140.
Superb, but what a response from Burnett. Another cracking game.
$140.
Digging himself out of a hole little by little. However, he may well be consigned to the coffin in this game if Burnett could have taken out the 141.
Well, the greatest finish I've ever seen on the Modus Super Series stage was this 1-2-1 by Andreas Harrison. It was to win Series 7. I built you up, Buttercup, but you let me down, Andreas.
That's what Cam Crabtree wanted to see about, what, 14 weeks ago? What Burnett wants to see is the match-winning double sunk, and it would put him on to 8 points. It would keep Harrison on 8 points. It would mean a bit of table separation could well be in situ. Double 10 does 25. Not go, and Harrison is reprieved again.
Andreas, you require 40.
Double trouble.
Game
No such problem for Andreas Harrison, but Richie Burnett, when he looks back at this Group A campaign. No fist pump? Yes, absolutely in the end.
Andreas to throw first.
A shake of the hand of his opponent and a shake of the hand for the speaker. Here we go then, last leg. Big leg.
No score.
Particularly for Harrison if he's going to stay in the Group A mix. Burnett in perfectly again. Third straight leg, which is
63.
Gone in with the first dart, but unable to really, from that point onwards, apply any surmountable damage to Harrison. Because the Swede is become the architect of his own undoing.
Advantage Burnett. Job well done. 200 points ahead. 6 missed darts to get off so far for the Super Swede, but he's off. He's up and running. Still feeling he needs a treble.
80.
Still in the hands, and it's Burnett's to lose from here. He's just gone 2 treble 19s. You cover the treble 20 bed. Surely the 19s was a shot there for Richie.
Because of a max, Harrison is back in this leg. He'd invert the 4-2-1 score around.
180.
And possibly invert this leg around.
Yeah, Burnett is beating himself up in the background there, which really just what Andreas Harrison wants to see. Should go to the 18s, but is he thinking straight right now, Richie? Staying there and he misses.
96.
Leaves a bogey. He ain't thinking correctly.
He leaves a bogey and Burnett's head might well be in a bungalow right now.
140.
Harrison with that 140 leaves himself on 101. It's fallen apart for the Prince of Wales.
Much to his own doing, though, you have to say.
100.
But a beautiful, beautiful last start for Richie Burnett. Will it be put in room 101?
One dart at tops.
81.
Does not transpire for Harrison.
Require 66.
Which route 66 will it be for Richie Burnett? Is it the traditional treble 10? Stay straight on the 20. Match dart for Burnett. And hits it in the end. Another tight affair here at the Modus Super Series. This fascinating Group A continues to give us more questions and answers. for Richie Burnett. He moves on to 8 points and he joins Andreas Harrison. I think the big winner there, though, was the top 3 at the moment. They are beginning to crawl away from the rest of the pack, but great numbers, averaging just shy of 90 throughout that game. A very enjoyable match, much to the delight of Richie Burnett. A fine, fine win as we go to the final games of the day for the players. Another incredibly important match. It's first against third. It's Thornton against Mitchell.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. For Andreas Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Lishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Lishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's Double Trouble Week and we're into the final round of fixtures on this Tuesday afternoon. Before the break, we saw Richie Burnett get a bit of Andreas Harrison by 3 legs to 2. A big break in the last leg for Burnett, seeing him over the line. Duff beating Mitchell 3-1. Thornton beating Henderson 3-2. And this is how the table looks as a result. Thornton and Duff both on 12 points. Mitchell on 10. Harrison and Burnett on 8. Henderson on 4. And the first game from the final round of fixtures sees Mitchell and Thornton go toe-to-toe. Right, I'm off for a swig of water. Glenn, what's your thoughts on this?
I think I'll take over from here, Henry, while your voice breaks. It just seems that every single time 2 players go on that, we're talking about the importance of every game, and I think that's the testament of how good this group is. But there's also that real possibility now that top 3 are beginning to creep away with things. Good opportunity here for Robert Thornton to get the 3 wins he was asking for yesterday. We interviewed him late yesterday afternoon, and the plan was 3 wins out of the 5. He'd be satisfied with that. Equally, the fact that he lost his opening 2 games. But I've really liked Scott Mitchell today. Hasn't got all the results he was searching for, but I think the game is beginning to suit him. He's playing at the pace that he likes again. This is a real pick on this one for the neutral.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first.
I guess a win here for Scott Mitchell to get himself alongside Duff and Thornton. But yeah, a fantastic day, Henry.
And everybody's still in with a squeak, aren't they?
No score.
Well, not many times today have we seen at the end of a first bit of a leg neither player get off. Both players are averaging 0 right now.
Don't even go there, Henry.
40.
Mitchell eventually off the mark. Thornton deciding to move over to the 18s, a play which he used when Tops didn't correlate in his World Grand Prix win back in 2015. Both players, their biggest achievements, or one of their biggest achievements, coming almost a decade ago.
100.
Of course, Scotty Dog Mitchell is part of our teammate at the commentary box, but still has incredible belief about being a professional dart player.
140.
Trying to juggle both will be tough because you do need that time to get the practice. So he's trying to get that balance right in his game. And I guess a win this week just gives him bags of confidence going into a crucial part of the season.
Well, take your dog-tinted sunglasses off, Glenn. Are you surprised that Scott hasn't won a week here yet?
Absolutely. I'm surprised he didn't dominate the seniors. I thought when I heard Scott was joining the seniors, I thought, good night, everybody, because I thought he would just, because he was averaging 95, 97, regular. But then he began to walk into Paul Hogan, averaging over 100. He began walking to other players, just
60.
having the game of their life. And I think he appreciates that. And what I said to him last night, darts, the look of darts sometimes can just change. Maybe this week's the time for Scotty.
Scott, you require 161.
Well, 161 for Mitchell to take out the opening leg. Not to beat. Thornton has had more ton plus checkouts than any other player today. The only player to have more than one thus far. If he finds the 156, it will be a hat-trick of big checkouts on this Tuesday.
Well, I'm a medium, and I say this goes. I'm saying this goes. Robert.
What do you know?
100.
Could have got a pay rise there.
Right, let's see whether it works this time. This 104 goes. It's the same for both of us.
$68 points left. Treble 20 would have thought. Treble 12's a good option.
45.
Well, maybe that's just a little bit of a delay there. And Robert Thornton will leave his tops, which has been so good to him this week.
36. Scott,
but it doesn't correlate there. And Mitchell looking at 59 to take out the opening leg. Tops. 1-0 to Scotty Dog.
Scott Mitchell.
Full of conviction on that Tops to take out the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Yeah, for the first time, dare I say today, Henry, forget the averages. This now is about the 2 points, isn't it? And I think both people realise been a long day from full of bags and bags of quality.
40.
Round about this time yesterday, Robert Thornton got over the line with a bit of a stinker with Richie Burnett. I wonder if that's the case here.
But there is a potential that in the final round of fixtures, should Mitchell beat Thornton and Burnett beat Duff, that there's a possibility 3 players are tied at the top on 12 points, and actually the top 5 could all be within a couple of points if Harrison beats Henderson. Today kind of following the pattern of yesterday in terms of there not really being much to separate the players, and that things are very tight and congealed. The only difference is John Henderson has come out to play more on Tuesday than he did on Monday.
43.
Yeah, different stature of players here. So very tall. Just watch the way Scott opens his hand up as he brings the dart back. Can you see that as he on that backswing, the fingers open up, open in the hand. Every single time the same. Whereas Robert, smaller in stature, he keeps the hand closed. And as he does the follow through with the dart, that's when the dart opens. Two totally different ways of releasing the dart. And I think that's down to the size, the stature of the man.
Well, Mitchell hoping it's a tall order for Thornton. Yes, the Fawn has left himself first to finish, but Mitchell's going to leave it far more makeable to break the throw and to open up a 2-0 lead. He's left himself on 56 after 12. Simply put, must go. And simply put, doesn't go.
And that's why that use of the bullseye that Scott did there to guarantee yourself a 2-dart. It's such a sensible play. It could have been aggressive going for the treble 19. I like this play. And this for 2-0. A big lead.
Double 10 does 36. Not go, and the opportunity passes Mitchell by.
69.
Robert Thornton's been second best in this game. I was about to say he's going to get a dart or a double. That double might be the bullseye. It's treble 17. It's double 8. Not the side of the board you often see him at. It's just the one dart. Got to be aggressive.
61.
But overcompensated.
You require 20.
And Mitchell recompense of a second opportunity. Thornton wonders why. And Mitchell might
10.
be wondering what if as well.
Robert, you require 8.
A spurn of an opportunity from Scotty Dog. Is emphatically punished by the Fawn, and level we are at 1-1.
Yeah, scrappy game this one, isn't it? But it's level. It's a best of 3. The importance of these 2 points.
Game on.
I'm just wondering, that conversation I had with Scott yesterday, when he felt back throwing first, wasn't a real big help. In a game of this magnitude and the style that it's going, the importance of throwing first and potentially a match that could go
40.
the distance.
Well, it doesn't matter what double you start with, as long as you do get one. And Thornton at least underway in this leg.
23.
Yeah, fair play to the referee on Binks today. If it's new to the dart players, it's also new to the referees as well, and faultless throughout
60.
has been Owen Binks. And I was thinking that double 1-1, 20 was 24. So when he said 23, I thought he'd made an error. It's been a long day.
95.
That's some way of talking about my company, Glenn. Cheers.
$100. 134.
Thornton looking to make his move against throw.
$100.
Good solid visit. Good solid leg this for Mitchell. Steady if not spectacular, but sometimes that's just been his mantra.
85.
Doing enough to get over the line. And he's a player that, yes, he has a look at averages, but he'll be more bothered about the end result than the manner of the win.
Yeah, the averages have been superb today. And from that first leg when both players struggled with a start and a finish, put that out the window. It's about the 2 points. Scott Mitchell to get to 12 points, or this man to go 2 points clear.
96. Scott, you require 71.
Critical part of this match. It's on the throw, Scott Mitchell, so he has first shot at this 71. It's going to be one dart at tops. He has missed a big number today, so he'll make sure he doesn't do that. That's smack bang in the middle. 4 tops.
41.
Veered wide, but unlike Thornton, who had that moment fortuitously for him at the beginning of the leg, it transpires against Mitchell. Old Faithful.
48.
But the old friend may well become a new foe for Thornton as Mitchell comes back for double 15 to open up a 2-1 lead. Unconventional by design. And unable to execute. Thornton's got the break chance now.
I have a feeling he thought both of that second and third dart was in. Thornton couldn't watch. As Thornton got away with one, just taking his time. Inverted commas, experience. Throwing his dart when he's ready. Is that too good of a marker, or can he use it? He can certainly use the Thornton leads. He's one away.
Robert Thornton.
Paul Nicholson speaks a lot about the way darts behave and players needing to know how their darts behave. And Thornton's one of those who's played with pretty much the same set over a number of years. So he knows exactly how his darts go in the board, exactly how they lie, exactly how they land. And sometimes in scenarios like that, it could be a major help, a major boost. And that probably helped him to hit that double 10 there. Both players getting off first dart.
Outstanding response from the England captain, Scott Mitchell.
120.
Robert Thornton snatched that third leg, opened up with a 120. It would have been very easy for Scott's head to go down. This really is a battle between two of the top three players in this group here.
55.
Is that an opening for Mitchell?
Getting in hasn't been an issue for Mitchell. It's been getting out that's been his problem. 1 from 10 on the doubles 60. To end a leg in this contest.
Yeah, spot on, Henry. Good shout. He'll know that as well. A real student of the game. Just a first little shake of the head there. He knows things aren't going perfectly well. So impressed with Robert Thornton this week, Henry.
I think maybe there is a little bit of Robert that may have thought that since losing his World Seniors title the last 6 months, maybe hasn't quite gone to plan. The last series was the first time he never failed to qualify for a Saturday night. He didn't qualify for the Saturday night in Double Trouble 1. And he's a player, Robert, that is very proud of his records, very proud of the things that he's done in his career. But he still has this burning hunger to attain more success.
But just as we're talking very positively there, that was a big opportunity for Robert. But that score of 45 there. But Scotty can't punish. He's trying to stay on that.
60.
Advantage Thornton. He'd expect 6 darts from here. He has that love affair at double 18 as well. So can he find the troubles? He can't. Plan B is to set up. And he's done that.
86.
Not so sure about that last dart.
You require 161.
This would be some way to save it and to give us a final salvo. Trouble 17 would have given him a dart to the bull's eye, and so Thornton may just get a dart at tops. He may have to take it with the England captain sat on double 12. He gets a bonus of another one at tops. He finds tops. He finds a win to end his day on 14 points. And that may well be a bitter blow to Scott Mitchell's chances of winning this Group A. The Fawn is in control. Thornton on to 14 points in the group. And at the end of the day, will see himself at the top of the table, regardless of what Neil Duff does against Richie Burnett. That the tale of the tape, a 3-1 win for the Fawn against Scott Mitchell. Coming up after the break, it's Scotland against Sweden as Henderson takes on Harrison.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God!
We're not going to need that.
High face is through.
It's Charlie Murphy!
Madam, oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
The crowd was jeering. The crowd was giving him a little bit of stick there.
It is the streaming sensation that is Burnett!
Yeah, that is 3 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel on Sunday afternoon. So why not have your Sunday roast with us here at the Modus Super Series? Well, a couple more games to go for us. And actually, John Henderson's going to be playing in that event, isn't he, on Sunday? And if you click that little subscribe button, then you can watch the Highlander fling on Sunday. And we're not going to leak anything, but Mr. Durham did conduct the draw this morning. Not quite in Rod Stewart style, but he did the draw nonetheless. And there are some interesting draws, aren't there?
Yeah, well, Darts for You plays Carphone Warehouse for starters. And Flatface plays Fatface, so it's all to play for here at the... Fancy getting me to do influences. I'm over 50, man.
Do you know what TikTok is, Glenn?
A sound a clock makes? I mean, do you think I'm not...
Anyway, we're going to watch John Henderson in that event.
Gets John to throw first.
He'll be playing somebody that
Game on.
is an influencer, not something that Glenn made up because he doesn't know who anybody is.
It was an incredible success, the first one. And another team at the Modus Super Series are really excited for Sunday. So, yeah.
No score.
3 o'clock Sunday.
Well, Henderson will be hoping to do so on the back of a Saturday night win here at the Live Lounge.
36.
And incredibly, if he was to win on Saturday, it'd only be his second weekly title. His first came in his first appearance here. That was back in January 2023. That was a very, very good week's worth of players. Series 2, week 12. Henderson winning that week. Niall Cullerton, the runner-up. Fallon Sherrick and Jared Cole made up the final four.
Yeah, it just felt that every game has been really important, hasn't it? Whereas this game just has a sense of a
43.
A mid-table match. Are you seeing what I'm seeing, Henry, that it's now a 3-horse race?
For your Misbah fan, Glenn, you know mid-table better than anybody else.
59.
But you get the sense that with both players, they will be able to have that reset mentality. They're too long in the tooth in this format not to. Andreas Harrison won a Champions Week from Group C, for goodness sake.
How do you think both players will leave tonight? I mean, fantastic start from John Henderson, 2 wins out of 2.
58.
Andreas, has it been one of his more disappointing groups since he's been such a big success here?
I think we judge Andreas by very high standards, thus we have to be very clinical in terms of our assessment, and that's a compliment to Andreas. It has been at times a little bit below par, and also one thing you have to
180.
factor in, with the exception of that game against Mitchell, where he may as well have been somewhere else. He's averaged more than his opponent in every other game, but has only picked up the solitary success.
Well, Andreas Harrison certainly knows how to beat John Henderson. He's got that real hoodoo over him. Put himself in a good position 14. Here. But a chance, and an unexpected chance for Hendo.
5 for tops. Is that first start in the way? Possibly. Open bed. Double 10 delivered. Hendo leads.
John Henderson.
Has the blue touch paper been licked?
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Tell you what, though, a lot of those darts for Andreas on tops had bent the wire to begin legs.
No score.
Get rid of all your bad luck now, maybe, and come back fighting Group B, Group C.
I'm a little bit surprised that Harrison hasn't tried to persevere on double 18 more when you consider how good he is on that target in regulation play. But he pins the tots first time there.
120.
Just a reminder that we're going to have in 2024 one more regular Super Series, MSS
60.
9. And then following the end of the next Champions Week on December the 7th, we will have the ADC Global Championship, which will be 24 players played over 2 weeks before we then have a finals day spectacle on Sunday, December the 22nd. Currently qualified, well, the provisional spots in the ADC rankings are Andy Bolton, Adam Mould, James Welding, Thomas
22.
Banks. From the Championship Tour, Bolton and Banks have guaranteed their spots. Croft and Stone have as well. Pilgrim and Brooks are in the provisional qualification spots, whilst the provisional ranking table leaders see Brian Roman, Andreas Nicolaou, Jimmy Van Schie and Jeroen Caron. And in the women's division, we will watch Dieter Hedman and Fallon Sherrick here at the end of the year. At the end of 2024.
45
grand for the winner, Glenn.
Yeah, good work, Henry. Some really exciting time still to come at the back end of the year, the Modus Super Series. I was delighted to be here on Saturday night. And another Series 9 final in December as well. What a time to be a dart player, Henry.
41.
Opportunities.
146.
Pretty much endless.
He'll stay there.
130.
He is himself on double 8 to level this match up. Henderson will feel better about the way he's played today, particularly that 102, which is a record average for a double trouble match, but will feel slightly irked by the actual end result, because if he loses this game, he'll only have picked up 2 wins despite the improved performance. But Harrison has spurred free at a double there, and so Hendo has the break chance.
Is it direct for treble 19? So 84 points. If you had the option of going for the bullseye first, Dart, to give yourself pretty much, but he's gone this way. For that reason, Henderson leads 2-0.
John Henderson.
And in a best of 5, one moment usually changes a match. And that could well be the moment for Henderson.
In your sense, also put pace for any challenge Andreas has for winning Group A as well.
40.
You feel it's 1 from 3 right now, Henry?
Well, there's a possibility this could be a Group C game on Thursday and Friday afternoon.
And who would have said that on Monday morning?
61.
Certainly not me. 2 of the big favourites for the week.
And they will be 2 of the big favourites in that Group C.
I also think the best is to come from Burnett as well, so watch out, Group C. Ted Everts, Devon Peterson, Adam Lipscomb.
134.
Really looking forward to that group. I'll tell you who else I'm really looking forward to seeing, because he's a player who's impressing me more and more. I watch of him in the flesh. And that's Bradley Brooks.
100.
I really like the way that he has responded to losing his tour card, because there so easily could have been, right, I've won a World Youth Championship, I've come off the tour, there could be a God-given right for me to get back there. But he's done the exact opposite. He has grafted, he has worked hard, he has realised maybe some of the things he was doing wrong, doing his best to correct it. And I think could, if he does get back on tour, be a much better player for it.
Yep, good shout, Henry. I wasn't 100% happy with his setup play, the way his darts were going in and various other things. But yeah, looking forward to seeing Bradley. He's one of my favourites.
Matured as a player and matured very well as a person too. Is this game maturing like a fine wine between these 2 senior slingers?
Well, it's 0 from 6 on the outer ring for Andreas Harrison. So you'd have to say for once you don't fancy the double 16.
Game shot in the third leg.
And of course, that's what darts does to you. He holds his hands up and says, where have you been? John Henderson probably thought he had a chance there. It was a breaker throw. Penny for your thoughts, Hendo. Here we go again.
This is what happens when things begin to transpire against you.
No score.
However, we both know John very well, and we know that he's a character. He's not going to get bogged down by what happens. He'll just take it. Look, it's going to be disappointed like any player will in this situation, but he'll take it with the pinch of salt, won't he?
I just think he walked into a real special performance by Neil Duff. He'd won 2 out of 2, the record-breaking average.
40.
We were talking 5 out of 5 for Hendo. And then Neil Duff produced arguably the performance of the day. But those mid-matches was just full of real quality. And Neil Duff,
96.
Robert Thornton. Neil Duff has a chance to join Robert at the top. He's our final game of the day next against the unpredictable Richie Burnett. Who knows what we'll get?
100.
But Richie Burnett's final game of the day yesterday was very disappointing, so you'd have to fancy Duff.
A Burnett Duff dust up to
36.
finish off day 2 here at the Live Lounge. We'll then be back at 9:30 tomorrow morning for the resumption of play, the culmination of play in Group A before
60.
we then divvy up players into Groups B and C respectively. And don't forget, Saturday night, 7:30 for the final of Double Trouble 2.
140.
Could be heading to 2-2 in this game.
Yeah, we've had lots of one-sided affairs today. Totally opposite to yesterday, where we had an incredible amount of games that went 3-2.
Underration required 64.
But this looks like it's going the distance. So good in these types of finishes.
48.
Those little adjustments, though, Henry, which is so adept at. That hasn't happened today, has it?
Well, this would be the perfect end to the day, but Henderson unable to take out the 167. And again, we mentioned that Harrison
28.
1 from 9 on the doubles. This has been where the problem's been for the Swedes. But a problem which isn't going to mount up in this leg. He takes us all the way. One final leg.
Fifth and final leg.
One final
John to
push.
throw first.
The players'
Game
tanks
on.
will be close to empty on the engine gauge, but they need to draw whatever's left in this last leg.
101.
Yeah, it was a wry smile there from John Henderson, as if to say, here we go again. I just felt that first start was the most important. He smashed it in tops. The perfect start, but Andreas Harrison, he is so good at that, and fair play to the Swede. There's always that worry when the first one doesn't go in after your opponent's got off nicely. What a way to end for both of them.
100.
In the balance. How many times have we used that term today?
However, only a ton for Harrison, so the scale tips in the favour of Henderson.
He's so patient, is Andreas Harrison. A key attribute.
140.
John Henderson putting the afterburners on.
Henderson's made his move and he's invited Harrison to follow him. And follow him he will. Both players on a finish after 9. Really good last leg from the pair.
Yeah, it felt a bit of a scrappy game, didn't it? Until now. The fact he's gone under, he wants to stay on that treble 20 bed. It's covered. But even a big 20 leaves a 2-darter. That was the worry. And the Swede remained patient. This would be special. He was 2-0 down, remember.
But he's not going to get his chance on the ball, which
93.
Henderson missed for the 9-darter early on today on the 161. This to get the job done. 115 for the Highlander. Would mean 3 wins from 5 today. It would possibly end Harrison's hopes, and that is a sumptuous way to end the campaign for John Henderson. a 1:15 checkout, which puts him on to 6 points. His battle tomorrow is going to be to see whether he gets into Group B, but that could be a defeat that pays dividends to Dirty Harry's chances of winning Group A. Statistically, Harrison have the better average by 9 points, but it was those 8 missed darts to end legs that made pay for him. Henderson wins 3-2. Our final games after the break, and it sees Richie Burnett go toe-to-toe with Neil Duff.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's
there.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series for the final game of the day. A day littered with quality. And a lot of that by that man in your picture there, Neil Duff. He started the day quite slowly. A heavy defeat in his opening game and then a scruffy win over Robert Thornton. But since then, he's been immaculate. The 100 average, 90 plus average. And the reason why is the reigning champion here at Double Trouble. He's looked really good. And the motivation is simple. Robert Thornton has moved too clear. But victory over Richie Burnett. And who knows what Richie Burnett we're going to get in this game.
Game on.
But you'd have to fancy it. Despite the fact that this man in your picture is thrown first, it's more about what Neil Duff is going to do in this game. And I suppose, Henry, the biggest supporter of Richie Burnett is going to be Robert Thornton.
Absolutely. Thornton, top of the table. Even despite the Neil Duff 3-0 win in this game, will be top because of legs 1. They'll both be level on legs difference, plus 9 and 14 points. But Duff could only get to 25 for legs 1 compared to the 27 of Thornton.
140.
And both players, crucially, getting off first visit. And so from this point onwards, it's who can power score the best.
40.
Well, it was the first game of Monday morning. And it was a fantastic game for Neil Duff. It was a comfortable 3-0 victory over Richie Burnett. An out-of-sorts Richie Burnett.
100.
Good start, though, from the Welshman.
81.
We try to look at trends and patterns, don't we, with players? But with Richie Burnett, it's kind of a pointless task. You just don't know what he's going to do. Well, he doesn't know what he's going to do from one moment to the next. As he looks to kick into gear, quite literally.
Yeah, he's had success on that stage. He's a tremendous player, Richie Burnett. He was a professional dart player last year.
47.
But we have called
Richie
it the level at this
133.
double start. Maybe as the week goes along, he'll have more to say. Treble 19 or treble 13. The fact he's looking at the score in Neil Duff, I think he fancies the treble 11. The sensible plays the 19s.
Richie Burnett does what Richie Burnett wants to do. 64 left. Leaves himself eventually on double 8. Not by conventional design, but he'll take it nonetheless.
95.
And he's going to get 6 darts to take out the opening leg. Only needs a 2. Burnett one up.
Richie Burnett.
I said yesterday, Henry, if there's a book that I'd like to read from a dart player, The Life and Times, it's got to be Richie Burnett. It's got to be up there.
65.
I've heard some stories about Richie Burnett in the past, but at 1:15 on a Tuesday afternoon, I'm not sure they're allowed to be aired. I think the infamous one, as he kicks off last dart of the first visit, is the infamous pot noodle story.
I'm just gutted that started with a P.
96.
Well, if you haven't heard this story before, that Richie Burnett was in a hotel room. He had a pot noodle, not with much really in terms of finance, and so instead of boiling up water from a kettle, he used the drains of a radiator and ate it from there. I'm not sure it's overly a pleasant experience.
Especially if it was beef and tomato. No, thank you.
To be fair, you probably had a few pot noodles that tasted like that at the lakeside.
I did. There was a period where that was my staple diet.
60.
Chance here for Duff to get level. 70 points clear plus these.
Feel sorry for all the people we put off pot noodle for life now.
Player of the day, Neil Duff. If he can get through this game, it will be 4 wins out of 5. And sets up a fantastically exciting day tomorrow.
140. Now we require 108.
Has Neil got his noodle switched on here?
$96 points left. Unless I've got it wrong.
No,
well, it's a miscount.
Richard require 100.
He thought he had 86 left as opposed to 96, and so the remainder is 10. And he hopes that Burnett misses so he can reprieve himself on double 5.
At least he didn't celebrate too much there with the double 16.
Who would do such a thing?
59. Now we require 10.
So to go 1-1, his mind will be a little bit muddled at the moment, but that is sweet as a nut. Neil Duff has played terrific today. You must be really excited for tomorrow's session, are you, Henry?
Yep, should be a fun watch.
Oh, you're not working tomorrow, Henry. Have you been dumped? Oh, that's a shame.
There's only so much I can deal with a dozen in 1 week.
Henry, you do great as a reserve commentator. You really do.
60.
Real determination in the face there of Richie Burnett. He wants this. Like I say, if you can go into tomorrow, then prepare yourself for a Group B or a Group C campaign. I would actually say this is the most focused I've seen him.
43.
Well, that is the most scorpion-like kick we've seen from Burnett today. And if you haven't had enough darting kicks for one day, then don't forget to check out our YouTube channel where we're going to have an On the Ocky series special with Damon Hetter, The Heat. That's coming out at 6 o'clock this evening on the YouTube channel. We've also got highlights of this session, which I can imagine will involve a lot of what Richie Burnett has been doing. And of course, the influencer draw where Glenn actually
60
did the draw, didn't you, earlier on?
Yes, I'm not going to pronounce any names again, but yeah, we're really looking forward to Sunday. Such a success. The first one. New names, new players, new excitement.
140.
I think we missed a trick not inviting Burnett.
133. Richie require 118.
Has he got Duff's number? Needs the treble 20.
44. Here we require 122.
For the break. And I think it would break Burnett as well. Bull.
81.
Did not scare it.
Which you require.
Yeah, a long way away. 14's been the shot. Big 20. Crucial dart. Crucial dart, 54. The outcome of the group.
Now we require 41.
If Robert Thornton was watching that, he'd have been shouting, "Come on, Richie." Double 16 to Duff. He's been superb today. And that trend continues. What a dart! Divorce her, Richie. Divorce her.
Game on.
Oh, now he's seen a lighting rack at the back of the stage. He's now having a conversation with that.
What a two-timer.
30.
I reckon by the end of the week, he'll fall out of every single part of the set.
60.
I think he'd propose to the TV at the end of the week. That's what I think.
But
during all this, Neil Duff looking very cool and calm, doesn't he? Been a good day. I criticised him yesterday a little bit that his mind wandered a little bit. Far from it today. But the unpredictability of Richie Burnett, I thought that was a certain max.
Well, I thought that was certain he was about to fall over there. And now he's having an argument. He's having an argument with the speaker now. I'm confused. I'm lost.
Relationship breakdown here at the Modus Super Series.
62.
I think Burnett has combusted. But away from the histrionics of the Prince of Wales, Neil Duff's got to look at an opponent that is in turmoil with himself and thinking, right, I've got this guy exactly where I want him. I just need to now get rid of him.
$81.
Still have to say advantage Duff. Could do with at least a treble.
40.
I think a question for me to Neil would be how much it's affected in the jumping about of Richie. He looks focused, to be fair. Doesn't seem to be looking at Richie. He won't like it when he turns round, Henry.
Well, it's one of those where it must feel like no matter how hard you try. And look, Richie Burnett is not an unknown quantity. He's done this for the best part of 30 years. So players know that this is a thing that happens. But because he's such an enigma,
40.
Sometimes it's impossible to know how to deal with him. Are we dealing with a Desmond? One more. He kicks into gear, and we level up. Last game up at 2 apiece.
Yeah,
Duff doesn't want to entertain it, does he?
Yeah, well spotted, Henry.
To throw first.
Well
Game
spotted.
on.
Neil actually not even looking at the dart, and once again he will not be happy when he turns round. Off for the first dart.
80.
Superstar from Burnett. Duff now up against it.
Couldn't find with dart 2. Unable to find with dart 3. And actually dart 3 flickered off the flight of dart 1. And so it's advantage Burnett in this last leg when he looked all at sea in this contest.
And a clear strategy, a clear decision by Duff halfway through this game not to look at what's going on with Richie Burnett. He's turned the opposite way. He's looking at the floor. The way the day's gone, Henry, this is going to be a surprising defeat for Neil Duff. 6 darts. He's still not off. Richie Burnett, 1 big score here. And he's going to get that score he wanted.
It could potentially be a real damaging defeat for Duff who loses this one. It means Thornton would have the outright lead. He'd be 2 points clear as he eventually gets his last leg underway of his 7th dart at the board.
120.
I mean, you would think this match is over now, but you just do not know what you're going to get from this man. Once again, Neil Duff looking away.
And we should add 41. That the first game tomorrow is Duff against Thornton. And so there's a possibility if Thornton beats Duff and Duff loses this game, it could well be all but over, and that Thornton 60. May well be beginning a victory lap of Group A.
Let's not give up just on Duff just yet. I say that Richie Burnett's been in some good positions. However, that dart there surely means he's on the home stretch.
134.
Burnett has it in his hands. For Duff, the last leg has been a disaster. This game has slipped away. Only a maximum's going to do. He's not going to find it. And so Burnett comes back for 50 to take the final game of the day and to cast a big blow to Duff's hopes of winning this Group A. Tops is what Burnett wants. Tops is not what he gets, though.
Even despite the fact he was, 200, 300 points ahead, I still felt there was another twist. If Neil Duff can put pressure on, it is a double that Richie Burnett fancies.
85.
Surely it's his time 20. To shine.
Double 10. Up for 5s. Careful, Richie. Careful, man. Looked like he froze in real life for a second.
10.
And he may have frozen at the finishing line.
Now we require 141.
Well, we called it in this comms box. It's not over till it's over. He just can't seem to see games out, Burnett. And Duff from absolutely nowhere had a chance. Going to leave himself a 2-darter. And again, Burnett, it's 10. Over to you.
Burnett's arms are wide open. He's been given another gift by Neil Duff. But he has to take this present. Burnett cannot bag it. It clips off the barrel. And a game which Burnett should have in the palm of his hands 60. May well be in the hands of Neil Duff. Hard to believe, Richie. Hard to believe that this is going to be the outcome when you consider the mismatched darts of Richie Burnett and then Duff delivers with his last dart at tops. A miraculous win. How Neil Duff's won that, I don't think anybody knows. Least Richie Burnett, who had a multitude of opportunities to cross the finishing line and just could not take them. That the tail of the tape. Duff a 3-2 winner against Richie Burnett. That ends day 2 here at the Live Lounge. Thornton and Duff both level on 14 points at the top of the group. Mitchell 4 points back in 3rd. Neil Duff then with a very good day, 8 points to his name, and we're going to hear from him after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where day 2 of Double Trouble 2 has come to an end. And a man who's had a very good Tuesday is Neil Duff, winning 4 from 5 on Tuesday afternoon. Neil, many congratulations. Good day's work for yourself. How would you feel it's gone all together?
I thought it was Thursday. That's normally what I do on a Thursday. Neil Duff doing Neil Duff things, but yeah, played well. Kind of slow start there with Andreas. Don't really know what happened after I played him yesterday, but all in all, I feel my game's starting to come along now. Feeling a lot more comfortable in doubles, especially in doubles, probably more than my actual scoring. But yeah, on to the next one.
It's the second week you've been here. Obviously, Champions Week, you never made it through to the Champions Night. Has it felt like you've actually now finally kind of settled on the stage going into week 2?
Yeah, I wasn't myself last week. Best part of the week. Struggling for grip and just it's kind of hard to declutter your head whenever you're up there, and so many other things going on in my head. Whereas this week I've started just to play how I can play, enjoying it a lot more. I think it was getting myself more frustrated. I think maybe last week I wanted it too much, so I just overtried. This week it is what it is. Obviously I want to try and retain that title again, and I'll be giving it my best shot.
Does it help you relax, the fact that you've won this title before? Maybe there's not a pressure that there is on a Champions League, and actually you can just let yourself flow a little bit more.
I don't think you ever get that chance at Modus because the standard is so high. You see the guys that's in that players' room, you know the first time you relax, you're on for a hiding. So you are. So you just try and tend to just go out and play individual matches like it's a knockout, and get the points on the board, get off, do it again, try and be professional about it, you know.
He has a never say die spirit, doesn't he, Neil Duff? And that last leg of the day was kind of an example of it.
Well, we called it, didn't we? He hadn't got off after 6 darts. Richie Burnett was down to 200, and we called the fact that Neil Duff will still win this leg because we just felt there was going to be a twist. And you know, just trying to play Richie Burnett. I think I've only maybe played him once in my time, and to see Neil turn his back on him, to see Neil sort of looking at the floor. I was critical of Neil yesterday. He played a game with Robert Thornton, who I call the chatterbox. When he's walking past you, he's always chattering away, and it affected Neil. He lost that game, and I said Neil lost that because of his sort of mental attitude going into that match. He was a totally different player today. He looked really calm, and the reigning champion played some really good stuff. His doubles to get into the games were fantastic, and when he needed a double at the end, it was 4 wins out of 5. Job done for the champ.
You say that's a fair reflection of the week so far?
It pretty much just sums it up. It's kind of hard up there with Rob. Nothing against Rob, but you do get some players like Paul last week where they have their little it's what they do when they're coming back from the board, and I let it get into my head. And that match there, I let it get into my head too. Richie goes out and plays how he plays. I kind of get sucked into the game. Worst thing as a dart player you can do, so that's what I did. I turned my back and I'm looking up here actually just to try and just zone myself out from it. And but I could have lost that game just the same way as I lost the Rob Thornton game yesterday. I was a bit sore. I had 3 clear darts to beat. 4 darts maybe to beat Scott Mitchell 3-0 yesterday. And hoping that match wouldn't come back and haunt me. So going out today, put it right.
Well, Richie didn't just do it against you today. He had some weird and wonderful moments. His relationship with that speaker just to the back of us here has become a bit of a highlight, hasn't it?
Yeah, like I said, he's had so many chances as well. I mean, 2 wins today for Richie, but he's just so unpredictable in the way that he plays. I mean, he is fascinating to watch, and the kicks, but the finishing really hurt him. It could have been such a good day today, and you can see him. He is box office. He is great to watch as well. But what's been really interesting, a lot of people could learn from the way Andreas dealt with Richie Burnett as well. He's just so cool, he's so calm. You know, Neil's opportunity was to turn his back, and I mean, just we were laughing in comms throughout there. And like I said, there's the love affair with the speaker there. It's that's Richie Burnett for you.
Can I ask about the dynamic in the practice room? Because there's 6 players who've got big personalities in different ways. What's that mix been like?
I think as kind of they're all good lads. Very seldom you'll go into that back room and feel uncomfortable, and everybody gelled right from the start. I've known all of them for a long time. If you don't mind listening to Scott Mitchell, just ripping up the past and name dropping here and there, and just doing what he does. But I always enjoy that. I like to sit back and listen to the nostalgia of the game. It's something that I find really fascinating at the seniors, because we sit together in the players' room with Phil Taylor and guys out there, and just hearing all the old stories and remedies, and it is heartwarming. And I kind of sit back and go, Neil, what are you doing here? You're well out of your depth, you know, because yeah, they're all legends. They're legends of the game. They've all earned what they've earned in their careers, and yeah, sometimes you can be involved, but you just kind of, I can settle in and get on with anyone.
Yeah, but don't forget, you've won as many Lakesides as Scott.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, he seems to be been around a lot longer than I have.
He's going to kill me for that sentence. Right, let's quickly move on. John Henderson, because he's been the Prue player of the day. Didn't quite go to plan yesterday, but today hit the record average for double trouble.
Oh, after 2 games, I mean, it was just an absolute joy to watch. And the comms narrative was simple. He was going to win 5 out of 5. And in this game, he was absolutely superb. This potential 9 darter. I mean, it's not often you get nervous in the commentary box, so God knows how Neil was how John was feeling up there, but it was a potential history-making moment at the Modus Super Series, and we were out of our seats at that point because he is one of the good guys there, and things were going so well for John Henderson today. He just walked into Neil Duff, who was superb, absolutely superb in that 3rd game. That was the turning point, and really set aside John Henderson in Group A. Maybe if he'd have won 5 out of 5, it could have been this incredible story of losing 5 and going on to qualify from there. But Neil Duff in that 3rd game was brilliant.
We'll have another chat with you in just a second, Neil. Just going to round up everything else that we've seen today. These are results from Tuesday's action. Well, it was a day which was either very close or very comprehensive in terms of the scorelines. A fair smattering of 3-0s and 3-2s. And this is what it does in terms of the league table going into the final day's play. Neil alongside Robert Thornton on 14 points, and then a bit of a gap to Scott Mitchell in behind.
Yeah, we've talked an awful lot about Neil Duff right now, but Robert Thornton lost his first 2 games, won his next 3. Fair play to Robert. I've really enjoyed watching him this week. The format suits him, and it sets it up for a beautiful day tomorrow. And guess what the opening game is?
You got Robert first game.
Robert, we actually predicted in the players' room that it would be the last match of the day. So, but that's okay. At least that actually suits me better. So I can go out and know what to do. Once I take care of Robert, then it's just go through the motions and put everybody else with the same sword and get 2 days off.
Finally, I don't like to single out performances, but that 100.2, that's only the 23rd ton plus average in the history of Dublin darts.
The thing is, I walked out to that stage knowing that John had a good night's sleep. He was going to be fresh, and I knew he was going to be trouble today. So I knew I had to go out. He said to me afterwards, he says, it'll take 100 to beat me today. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I actually have told him that I'm going to go around and set the fire alarm off in his hotel at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Right. I tell you what, I don't actually know how to respond to that comment. Anyway, Neil, thank you very much. Many congratulations. Stay away from fire alarms. You stay away from fire alarms as well. And we'll see you when you wake up from your morning alarm, 9:30 in the morning on the Super Series YouTube channel to see whether Neil Duff, the defending Double Trouble champion, can make it through to Saturday night's final. Bye from us.
Slightly out of form and running into a very hot Neil Duff.
Mentioned this 1-2-6 earlier, has to start in the 19s this time. 6-6. Well, he saved his best shot right at the end in Neil Duff. Colin McGarry was superb in his demolition of young Bram.
Yeah, that was first load.